Why is there a tiny Soren in the corner?
I think.
Okay.
Someday we'll get this intro right. It's not today,
One
though.
day.
Why is there a tiny Soren in the corner of my web camera? That's weird.
Oh, there's a tiny, like, slot, too.
Oh.
That's the real ones that were left behind.
Their initiative track. So if I delete the token, I rolled for.
That's good, I like that.
So I make little ones and put them in the corner. They're the ones that roll initiative.
We're live at any rate. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's been a minute. Well, oh god, I can't words. Tonight's episode of Tales of Yoranta, episode 87. It's been a fucking minute. How long is a minute? June.
4 months, roughly.
June. Since we last streamed.
Fucking lord.
Yeah, this 2021 has disappeared into a haze of painting for me.
Yep.
But yeah, we're here, we're back, we're your friends, the unnamed few. Maybe we're not your friends, you might hate us, I don't know. Why are you here if you do? Fuck. I don't know anymore. I used to try and run this like a serious stream, and then I was just like, fuck it. Anyway, hi. Announcements. I have announcements. I was hired full-time with Cubicle 7 back in March.
Hell yeah.
And I am working on a steampunk TTRPG called Victoriana. It's been recently announced by Cubicle 7. Just go check it out. I would really appreciate it. There's an adventure for Free TTRPG Day that is available if you would like to run that on your stream or whatever, or just look at it, because my art's in it. Please go look at it. It's cool. I worked really hard on it.
Victoriana?
Yeah, Victoriana. 5e steampunk. Set in Victorian London in the 1880s with, airships and magic and all kinds of stuff. So yeah.
It's actually kind of baller.
It's very, very cool. I don't want to toot our own horn, but like, it's pretty badass. I'm really, really proud of it. I can't wait for you guys to see all the art that's been being made for it, because the people I work with are incredible.
It's okay. The remit for self-tooting is high. You're allowed to self-toot.
Okay. I was like, I've not heard about this. It was announced yesterday. Fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, for the free TTRPG Day thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, so go check out the adventure. Other stuff. God, we've put out multiple Age of Sigmar Soulbound books, the Bestiary, I think the starter set, Champions of Order, a bunch of stuff.
I believe there's Champions of Death I have seen upon the Twitters.
I believe so. I don't think I was involved with that one. Honestly, I don't really even know what I'm on.
I believe, my understanding of Age of Sigmar lore is you can play as a horrific flesh ghoul that believes they are a fairy tale knight and sees the world as a noble court of questing heroics, whilst in fact consuming the corpses of those they kill.
Oh, wonderful.
Neat.
It's fun.
Do you know more about my game than I do?
It's the one thing I know about Flesh Eater Courts in Age of Sigmar, is they are all under the illusion that they're fine, that they're not horrific monsters.
Today I learned.
Sorry,
But yeah. Anybody have anything else?
I moved house, which is why we didn't play for so long. Initially, as you can tell, there is a stripped bare wall behind me. I am currently living and working out of a incomplete house. Well, technically, it's slightly rough going, but here we are. There's an internet connection and a power socket. And thus all of human knowledge is available to us.
It's true.
Heating? Not currently.
Oh.
So...
Yeah,
that's why you're wearing a coat currently.
I was going to joke about that, but I guess it's not even a joke.
I had to move a radiator, and the radiator is mid-being moved. But I can't put the heating on, because the system has a break. It's fine. We're having that fixed soon. But, yeah, so... life. So if things are a little bit frayed around the edges this evening... It's 2021, man. It's been a year.
Yeah.
We're here to have fun, play together, and see what's in store for our little cast of characters.
Yeah. As for me, uni started up again, new projects. there's a hummus and pita place near me called Hump It, which amuses me far too much. I have a little
Yeah,
thing here
that's
for it too, which is
Hump
great.
it. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah,
Of course,
hummus and pita place
you
near
are
me.
in that part of Leeds with all
Oh, yeah.
of the beautifully named.
Oh yeah, and a
Uh,
place called Wacky Maki as well, which is a sushi place near me.
Nice.
Ah,
Some incredible puns, and
That
also
is-
the worst bubble tea I've ever had. Which is
oh, that's
incredible.
sad.
Hmm.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh, I took a sip of it and I chewed and I went, wow, this is viscerally unpleasant. Wow, oh no, and then I didn't drink the rest of it.
Do you not like bubble tea, or was it like just bad bubble tea?
It was like really chewy and like not good.
Oh,
tea
okay,
tasted
so the
okay.
boba wasn't cooked enough. That's probably what it was. They're supposed to be fairly soft. Like, firm on the outside, but like nice and soft and chewy on the inside. Was it like kind of like mealy and weird?
It was like chewing rubber.
Yeah, either they overcooked the boba or they didn't cook it enough, but
I have never had bubble tea.
it's really good.
No way.
Dang.
It is excellent. Anton, you're really quiet.
I think I'll be fine. I'm just not speaking up.
There we go. I had you actually down to like 80% for some reason.
Mm.
Alright.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Alright. Recap, go!
Recap,
Yeah.
go. This is good recap music.
Europa.
Last time, it's been a couple months, but on session 86, we'd been traveling through the Maelstrom, by virtue of reaching a place called the Ordered House. In our journey seeking the Terracon is we're after... I was actually explaining this to someone else who's not on the game the other day, and I was like, well, we're not after the artifacts, we just want to make sure the artifacts aren't being fucked with, really. And someone was fucking with the Terracon, so we had to go check it out. It turns out it's in the Calamity on this giant maelstrom of kind of destroyed world. Went in there, found the Terracon surrounded in a halo of earth and broken matter, guarded by a bunch of Slod. The Slod are beasts of chaos. They do not naturally work together, but we did, and we used this against them. And also Vigil controlled the Terracon.
What up?
And
That's
so,
funny.
in the end, as we defeated them, or some of them, including a death Slod, Vigil attuned to our Terracon, and it banished all of us, and all of them, I think. Right, Owen? What is the exact ending of that
Yeah,
scene?
so the place we left off was Vigil having bonded with the Terracon, feeling a surge of immense power, and with the semblance of thought he could muster, given his mighty, very ridiculous con.
Wait, it's convinced.
Makes sense.
Managed to muster a thought of home. And so, with that and a crack, the world turned dark. You all vanished from the plane. And the last sensation you had was the sound of feet crunching in snow. And that's where we left for several months.
Good cliffhanger.
I think that was the biggest cliffhanger I've ever had in a TTRPG. Like not the time, the moment. Like,
And
oh,
Oh. Hello.
as
Yeah.
your eyes open,
Ooh.
you find you are indeed almost hanging from a cliff itself. Oh, accidentally, that's the wrong layer.
I did that earlier.
As you all appear still battered and bruised. All four of you, Glimmer as one.
Oh.
Upon the edge of a great snow-capped mount.
For a giant split open coconut.
The map didn't have snow on it, but I felt like the
see.
fact I specifically mentioned snow was an issue, so I found some snow markers and added them on top. Hence the peculiar change in art style. But
I see.
yes, it is a great mountain. It is a spire of rock that launches itself up out of the earth. And it is cold. There is snow and ice cracked and sort of sunken into it underfoot. There is a howling wind. No, there is no howling wind. Sorry. It is strangely calm, and a vast plain, perhaps, a vast flat land that stretches out before you. It is quiet.
Enzo tumbles and falls over for comedic effect. Even though the landing wasn't actually all that rough, I imagine.
No, you kind of, you happened to appear 6 inches above the ground.
Sure.
Essentially, kind of.
Okay, can we breathe normally?
It's a good question, given where we were.
Yes, that's a good
There is the
question.
quiet of breath from Soren, and your lungs aren't on fire. There's no. It seems. Yeah, breathe.
Am I holding the Terracon? Is it still floating around like a small thing in my hand?
Question. And this is a question for Vigil's subconscious /
Okay.
Lucy,
not enough
which
strong.
is what would be a comfortable form for it to take?
Oh god. I don't know. I mean,
A shield of Earth.
Vigil would, like, assuming this is something... I mean, Vigil would associate this with his god, first off. So, potentially like a holy symbol. Or, like, I don't see it as a weapon, because I don't think he sees his faith that way. And I think he sees this as a representation of what his faith was. So, I think more than likely a holy symbol.
Okay.
As disappointing as that might be, there's no weapon involved here. He already has weapons.
The impossible object of almost infinitely overlapping bands of rune-inscribed metal that is locked into this kind of vaguely cuboid shape is constantly moving in ways that you see when metal meets the edge, it kind of bends or snaps off. It is magical and mystical to behold. It's an object that doesn't quite make sense, and there is, it glows with arcane energy burning through it. Almost without realizing, it seems to kind of overlap with itself almost, and kind of shift and move and roll up your arm. And a moment later, the bands of metal have settled into sort of an overlay atop your breastplate. You can see kind of coming from the shoulders, the bands have enshrouded your shoulders, coming to a point at the center of which there is the kind of three-pronged triangular form that you'd recognize as that symbol you associate with earth and might and strength.
Yeah.
Glowing in the center. Kind of, I suppose, almost Iron Man style, right? It's.
Oh no, that's so cool. Fuck.
You are the hoy.
And it rests, and you feel it's a calm mantle. There's strength, secure. It fixes up your already near perfect posture. And then the light seems to recede somewhat. It kind of rests.
Right.
Ooh.
Where are we?
Alright.
Did you just merge with that thing?
It looks down for a minute and just goes, I think, I'm not sure. I think so. It has... What is the sensation I get from this thing? Like, Is it like is it like a link, or is it like am I loosely aware of it, or is it like hi, you have a thing in the back of your head that's making you pay attention to it?
It's basically the Cortana to your Master Chief.
If you reach for it, it is a reserve of will, almost.
Interesting.
It's a touching bedrock.
I can feel it. There's a stability there. I don't fully understand what it means yet, but it is there. Well, we got what we came for, I assume. Is everyone unhurt?
We're missing people.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
our NPCs.
That's, they, at this comedic moment,
Yeah.
claw themselves out of a snowdrift about 15 feet away.
Oh. Whoops.
Wonderful.
Our flying garbage too.
Oh, and didn't forget, honest. So you see Ariadne and
The dwarf, whose name was...
T.
10-10.
Tenton.
Yeah.
Why does Ariadne not have a token? I swear Ariadne had a token.
I did have a token. In the slot fight, I think.
That's the only two that were with us. There was some other NPCs that were left at the house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We left Bird Girl and, somebody else. Gosh, it's been a couple of months at this point.
Yeah.
This music isn't quite.
Yeah.
It is good, but it is not the vibe at the minute.
I think the
This
Very
is more
Cold
what I'm
playlist
going.
will work.
Yeah. Very cold?
Yeah.
Very cold is. Okay,
That's to sell.
Yeah, very cold.
I get it's Skellige, and we're on a snowy mountain.
Alright.
I'm gonna go with very cold.
Okay, this is
This is one of those few times taking an interest in the music.
Okay.
I'm just gonna quickly search through for. Sure. There we are.
Ah, there they are.
dwarf. He has
Yeah.
our shit.
He does. He has my cast off armor.
Did I write? I think I did write down what we gave him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has my trident of fish command.
I forgot about the trident fish command. Oh my god.
I don't loan anything out without writing that shit down. You know.
I mean, you and me both. I have a thing at the bottom of the sheet that says Vigil is owed.
Are you two alright?
I've
Yeah, I'm fine.
been through worse, I'm sure.
Well, I meant them. You two are obviously fine.
Looks over the edge and scrambles backwards.
No,
Yeah,
no.
a bit of a way up. Where the fuck are we?
That's a good question.
It's a
Vigil
very good question.
Vigil poses the question to the Terracon. Says, well, this thing is of the Earth. Can you tell me where on this place we are?
5 gold, it says we're on a mountain.
How would the Terracon respond?
Builds a map out of stone. You are here.
I mean, that is a cool idea.
Oh no.
Vigil, there is a pulse of this, it's a deep, earthen light riffles out from Vigil and riffles across. You can kind of see it move, and in this area here, essentially a one-to-one topographical map
Holy shit.
sculpts itself
Whoa.
into the rock. According to it, you are stood atop a mountain in the center of a vast lowland. To the south, there is a great range of even taller mountains that bar you from this valley, and then another range beyond there before this micro world drops off into a great abyss. To the north, another distant range, but this lowland is vast and essentially it's you are here. There's mountains like this, and then the kind of edge that drops off here.
You've made a face. I hate to say it.
Whoops,
With
I
a
didn't
little
mean to
salt
do that.
patch.
I do not
Right.
see it.
There we go.
And
Momentarily broke the overlay.
in Primordial, it etches "You are here." If
In the
anyone,
center of the circle.
Vigil, you can also now read Primordial
What?
Earth
Okay.
primordial?
through your attunement.
They're
It's less. You can't read it like you couldn't teach someone Primordial,
You just understand it.
but your eyes go, and then your brain goes, "Oh right, yeah, cool. I know what that means."
I put that in my language proficiencies for now.
Yeah, you have a permanent kind of comprehend languages of Primordial.
Okay.
Well, we're here apparently.
That doesn't tell me anything. Do I recognize this at all?
Yeah, can I roll a knowledge geography?
Yeah.
Sure.
Are we on the BC plane, perhaps?
Are we on the
Those are
mountains
things.
past Kavol to the north? Like, I'm curious.
What do you want for that? History?
All of you, yeah. Vigil, you have advantage.
Phew, I don't know.
History with
Yeah,
advantage.
okay.
14.
Oh, I spelled here wrong.
Now, hear me out. Here's a reason why I can roll sleight of hand on this now.
I scuff up the map, so it's no longer accurate, but it
Yes.
does show that what I say is right.
Exactly.
Okay. Vigil. You know where this is. You've looked at maps like this 100 times. There's only one place you can be. A lone mountain? A vast lowland? A desert, perhaps?
Yep.
You see the great pass to the southeast. The Caroli Gates. The spires of rock that climb even higher, piercing the sky, the coasts beyond the great valleys. This is Kavol.
Well, good and bad news.
Right?
Bad news is... Oh, the good news is I know where we are. The
Okay.
bad news is I know where we are.
Oh, I love this.
We're at the top of the peak. We're at the top of Kavol. Welcome home to me, I suppose.
Do you remember it being like this?
Uh,
I've never
Isn't it?
been up
Yeah.
this high. There are pilgrimages that move to certain parts of the mountain. This is not it. This is there are stairs to certain points. Certain points I was taken up before, and I was never taken up this high.
this is the mountain? Like, this is not a mountain.
This is
This
Kavol,
this
the
is this the mountain? This is like Kavol, the fucking mountain. Is this the absolute peak of it? Or is this like
Yeah.
one of the
If-
many?
No, it is one mountain. It is one great spire of earth climbing its way out of the desert. In fact, from memory, it always was. There was, again, this is something because it's been so long, I'm happy to bring back to recollection. I believe you did scry.
I
on it.
scried on the big crack with all the ice devils and all
Yeah.
the ice stuff on it, yeah. Is this that point?
If you were to, you realise that you could confirm where you were, essentially by taking a look over the edge and looking around.
I mean, I can just fly.
You
Yeah.
have wings. Yeah.
Yeah. They're just
Yeah,
gonna give me a moment.
I will follow Vigil on the carpet as well.
Jump
Okay.
off the edge, start fucking flying. Have a look around.
We all have
Cool.
independent flying.
As you look
do, it's
over
great.
the edge, you see that a few hundred feet, slightly lower, this way, is a second peak.
Oh.
And between the two is this great chasm known as Rent the Mountain in twain. There are what look like the ruins of a structure on the far side. And dotting the mountainside are these vast spikes of ice that pierce the mountainside. And far below, in the starlight, you can see the remains of a city clinging to the mountain shadow. And about halfway between yourself and the city is the palace complex.
Should not be the way it is. Vigil flies back and sets foot back down on the top.
Okay. As you land, the weight of you. It's strange. It's. Your feet almost sink a little. It's like a landing more in loose earth than it is on ancient stone. The ground kind of shifts under you a little bit.
Vigil looks down, but why?
Why, what?
It just feels strange. And it tries to take another step.
It's kind of putting some pressure into a step. Yeah, you feel it.
What is happening? He narrows his, pinches the bridge of his nose slightly and just sighs.
I mean,
Okay.
for what it's worth, I think it shows you. I think you're the vocabulary of Earth, so... Remember what happened to Saranella? You're basically her counterpart now, sort of.
Don't know what that means for... It's a surety of things. It's
Yeah.
a baseline. I can feel it in the back of my head.
Tenton is marveling at this map. Kind of looking closely.
Hey,
This is incredible. Kind of pokes the miniature Cavol. Ooh! Sharp on the top.
That's where we're at now.
Okay. Couple of questions. Do we want to stay here? Are the Slod going to come after us? Are the Ice Devils going to come after us? I mean, it is a lovely view, but I don't think we're safe here.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What's your passive perception?
Bitchin'.
I recall it being bitchin' and by far the highest,
19.
so it's fine. 19.
Nice.
Okay.
Cool.
Nope.
I was going to ask why the Terracon took us here, but Vigil, you took us here, didn't you? This is Cabal?
I didn't intend to.
You saw the home. Right?
I assume I did.
Makes sense.
I reached for the Terracon and demanded its help. And in return, I suppose it interpreted what it thought I wanted.
There is a sharp crack as Tenton falls backwards, having snapped off miniature Cavol from the map. As God, the stone! Oh. I broke your map, sorry.
Hey, Tenten. How's your memory?
Good question.
My mind is clear, huh? If that's what you're asking.
Better than before?
Hey, less foggy. Didn't realise how foggy it was, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the mountains before were intentionally doing something, and I'm presumably speaking for them, I'm not intending anything your way, so maybe that separation is what gave it that.
He holds up the chunk of rock in his hand and kind of just squeezes it, and you watch it essentially crumble into dust. And it trickles out between his fingers. I remember enough to know that magma stone like this shouldn't crumble like that.
No.
Mr.
Kavol is
Kinda.
indisposed.
Soren.
Yeah.
You feel more than hear a gentle rumble.
Lads, I think something's on its way.
I will, as that's going on, just dump a chunk of lay on hands into myself, because I'm still injured from before.
Where's the rumbling originating from? Below us?
Hello.
I think we need to get off this mountain. Like,
5, 4,
I
Right, let's go.
Broom!
grab Aaron and Rail and Tenten on the carpet and
2.
lift off.
yeah.
Vigil
Broom.
fucking takes
One.
off. Light time.
I will ask for group initiative. I would like all of
Okay.
you to roll me initiative
Alright.
as an event occurs.
Lucky.
Interesting.
Cool, cool,
Yeah, I'm gonna
tight.
hit this. I got this.
That was my initiative. In a minute. Nice. 23. Natural 20 plus
Wow. Nice one.
1. I heard it
Okay.
first. Makes sense.
I am a rogue with very high dex, surely, remember?
Why's your bonus only 2? I thought you had a higher dex.
I don't have a high dex, remember?
Charisma.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm a warlock with 14 dex.
I am like sitting over here being like Enzo Rogue Warlock. Oh, right, there we go.
I'm a flip wizard. Let's go!
Okay.
I'm a big rock. I got a rock.
Vigil and Enzo. Which of you has the lowest fly speed? Or are you both the same?
I got 30 foot.
Okay, whatever the carpet does. And it's loaded currently
I think
with
it's 30.
3 people.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you all, leaping through your own means, take to the skies above the mountaintop, the map, what remains of it, suddenly gives way, falling inwards. As ripping through from below is a great maw of pointed teeth and bone, consuming upwards and launches itself as a great worm
What?
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
emerges from the mountaintop.
What a start.
No rest for the weary.
Fuck!
Now, it cannot make its tail attack because its tail is still a
In the
good
mountain.
many scores of feet in the mountain. But its mouth launches upwards like any good shot from a Dune-inspired movie.
Have you seen
and
Dune
we'll make-
recently, Owen?
I've not, but I really want to. We'll make a bite attack. And it's going to make it at
Did I get them on the carpet before it emerged?
They are on the carpet with
But
you.
it's gonna swallow all of us and the carpet.
And it's going for the carpet.
Yeah, fair enough.
So as it launches up, it's gonna go and use its bite attack.
Is there a shield reaction I can do, or is that's just me? That's like not all of us.
I think it would just be you, and you got a 25 to hit.
That
Ooh,
wouldn't-
yeah, there's
So Soren and Vigil, you see this great worm launch itself from the mountain peak, mouth opened wide, and almost in slow motion, it just perfectly engulfs the carpet. Enzo, Arianril, Tassels, and Tenten
So, hang on.
are
I-
swallowed.
I have a lot of bullshit.
You do have a lot of
You
bullshit.
have a lot of bullshit, yeah.
So it's very possible that it swallows them, but not me, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Because, for one, I'm attuned to a card, I think. Am I? Maybe that's a different card.
You're attuned to a bunch of them.
You know what? Let's just say it's so startling that I'm caught off guard and I am swallowed. Because I wasn't expecting a worm. Because I don't remember how to play my character.
That is fair. And so, Soren,
Yo,
what do you do?
swear profusely. And then fuck it. Hold monster.
Oh, okay. I thought fuck it was your action.
No, fuck it is not my action. I'm gonna go ahead and. Oh, that's my.
Different kind of game.
Yeah, it's my last channel arcana, but let's go with that. So that'll put the DC to 20, I believe. And I would like to cast it at 6th level. Actually, that doesn't matter. 5th is fine.
Sorry, something I should have clarified is I slightly misunderstood its ability. I will need those on the carpet to make dexterity saving throws.
Ah! I thought there'd be a save component. They don't get vigil bonus, do they?
They would not though. They're unfortunately out of range.
A little too far.
Okay. So. I'll wait for the dex saves to resolve.
Okay.
I could have sworn I had more bullshit, but I. Maybe I was just thinking about future bullshit.
Mood. Enter back on my bullshit,
Okay.
D'Angelo.
All three fail. So, as it were before, no one manages to leap out of its path before the mouth clamps shut. So, Soren, you weave your magics and cast Hold Monster.
Yep, DC 20.
Okay.
Oh, worm.
That's a wisdom save, I believe.
I believe so, yes.
It fails,
Plus minus one.
so becomes paralyzed.
Alright, so
Nice.
after I see that the magic has taken hold, I will move 40 feet this way. On the broom. I believe that's my move speed on broom. Let me double check. It's been a minute. Broom, where are you? Man, I have this written down somewhere.
50 is your movement.
50? Cool. That gives me another 10 feet. I'm fucking off that way. Vigil, try to get its mouth open, or cut the mouth or something. It's paralyzed.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna put
Vigil.
myself
Vigil
like,
nods.
here.
Vigil's gonna go for the throat. I have wings, I have a big sword, and this thing is burrowing out of now my element. So, I'm gonna go for the sword first, 'cause it's what Vigil would think of first. If things don't go so well, maybe Vigil will reach for the Terracon at some point. But, for now, I'm gonna fly towards it, and I'm gonna rage. And just go fucking apeshit. Rage
Okay.
burn is active. And yeah. Aren't you tired of being reasonable? Don't you just want to go apeshit?
Rings of Soren's magic have kind of banged it, segmented, locked it in place.
And I will go for the shank. Wow, 14, great. Exceptional move, Vigil.
That
No
doesn't
result.
cut through.
Wait, you have
There's no
advantage
way
because it's
this
paralyzed, right?
I do.
You do.
Hang on.
Wait, isn't it? It's an advantage, and then if it hits, it crits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
You still
roll
have
again
to
in that
bite
case.
through its natural armor.
I will roll again in that case.
Yep,
Swing.
by all means.
Even worse.
Oh.
Incredible.
Yeah, that first swing, it's a tough hide.
Yeah. In that case, Vigil's gonna get very angry and reckless it. Actually, I don't need to, because I've already got advantage. It
Already
doesn't
got
stack.
advantage.
Yeah, it doesn't stack. Okay, there's no point. In that case, I will just stab. Okay,
There
there
we
we
go.
go.
Nice.
So, how many more extra dice? I need extra 2d8 for that, and of course, it crits, so I'm gonna smite, of course. So, an extra 2d8, that's the radiant and the slashing. And then I'm gonna blow a spell slot into this, which for, I think, what's the max again? Smite, it's been a while, I apologize.
This Purple Warhammer has the undead and fiendish templates, right? So it's.
Mhm.
Oddly
Nice.
enough,
Oh,
it is
we are in
flash.
Cabal.
What? Oh shit, alright, okay. So is this thing so
This is
2d8,
a modified stat block.
3d8, 4d8, so it's a 5d8 then?
You're using a third.
Yeah, playing a third on it.
I put a blue tag on Soren to indicate he's concentrating.
Is that 10? Is that 10d8 then? Because of the crit? 5d8 smite.
Yeah,
I believe
Okay.
so, yeah.
Yowza.
I believe we still probably have some buffs from the fight too, but I genuinely
I have no fucking
cannot
I
tell you what they
believe
were.
I
It's
am
like a death ward.
death warded. I am.
There's probably less arrest award on one of us. Unless
Aid.
that went off.
8 is up
True.
because I have 64 HP.
74 damage, I believe.
Fuck!
14, 26, 74.
Woo! Paladins!
Good
Hey.
start. Really more like wizards, because Hold Monster.
Oh yeah.
Hold
Enabler.
Monster is half of that damage. More than half, maybe.
Shameless enabler. Excellent, I love it.
That's what I do.
Con save.
So Vigil
Natural
just
20 on
flies
the
it.
con save.
What,
so
really? Damn.
It
Press it.
doesn't release its captives, which would have been hard to do while it's paralyzed anyway.
Yeah.
But so it's yeah, as you kind of hack through, you see muscles still kind of twitch and writhe, and it tightens in on those inside.
Ugh. Do we have a turn
Vigil
order
is just
here?
like yelling.
Are we cut out? Or how does this technically work?
No, not yet. You are still inside the worm's gullet.
Curious.
Vigil is just yelling.
Can you put the turn order up? If possible. Thank you.
Oh no, they are.
So
Anjaris.
the worm is paralyzed. It
I
can't
believe
do.
it gets a save at the end of its turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At
it's
the
just a
start
DC 20
of
at a
its-
-1.
Yep.
Turn. However, those inside do take damage.
A
Acid.
lot of damage as well, I think.
So though paralyzed, you are now sat and it's rigidly locked. So you each take 20 points as roaring in pain, Tenton falls unconscious.
Oops.
It's acid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Horianril is bloodied.
Ouch.
It can't take an action at the end of its turn. It will make that wisdom save. Oh, it does. It's proficient in wisdom saves, apparently.
Wild.
Nope.
Fails.
Just fails by 1. Remains locked.
Alright.
Soren.
Yo. Fuck. Okay, let me read the rules on something real quick. Where the fuck did I put that?
I think I will say, based on
Wait, I
visual
think you
doing
skipped my turn. You skipped my turn.
Oh,
Skipped it,
potentially.
yeah,
I could,
Enzo.
yes. Sorry. Vigil, because you did such a ridiculous amount of damage to it, I will say it's going to have disadvantage on its next check to contain.
Just performed a tracheotomy on it.
Because, yeah, no, there is a gaping wound that isn't in quite the right place, but, yeah.
Vigil, amateur surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
Enzo, we come to you.
That's probably a Pathfinder feat. Amateur surgeon.
Before the acid begins to eat into you.
I am going to start off strong. I'm going to spend a heroic moment. I can do that to take an action that's not an attack, right?
I believe attack
Or not, like,
or
not a spell.
spell, yeah.
That's fine. I'm not doing an attack or a spell.
Awesome.
I'm using my companion's touch that we got from our angel friend
Yo.
to heal. I'm actually going to heal Arianril to full. Now, the way this is a once per day, right? Because my sheet just says 1.
It is a one-use, single-use thing.
But it's like I can spend my hit dice to heal her, is how it works. I think you told me.
Like a
Or
once per
is
day.
it, or is that I don't even roll? It's just my max hit dice. I think is what you said. It's called Companion's Touch for what it's worth.
Yariel boons.
What I seem to remember is you told me that it was like I spend my hit dice to heal people, but
That's
it's
what I
like
was
they're maximized. So I don't roll the d8, it's just 8.
Right, this is the boon he gave, right? Not the...
The boon,
feather.
not the feather.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Yeah, the feather is a one-use heal. Companion's Touch... Yes, I believe it was. It was you spent hit dice, they are considered to roll the maximum number, and then that heals the target that much.
I think it is still once per day because my sheet says 1.
I'd
But
assume once per day, then.
yeah,
Yeah.
because otherwise I become a little absurd. I become a freaking paladin. Anyway, I will spend it, and I will heal her using 3 of my hit dice for 24. Or, you know what, I'll spend 5 of my hit dice for 40.
That does take up to max.
In case she wasn't full for something else, I'm not sure.
Well,
And
she
then
had
for my-
already taken damage, so... That's...
Yeah, so I'll make sure she's topped. Get her 40 HP, and then I'm using my actual action. I will Dimension Door me and 10-10 out of there.
Okay.
And with Dimension Door, I just think of... I'm sure I'm disoriented. I'll just think of 20 feet, you know, out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, Arianril is... What does she have?
Or a Vigil will make a hole so she can Misty Step.
Yeah, she just screams. She's a scholar, not a adventurer, damn
this.
it. Yeah, she basically readies for any opportunity to get out on her own. She is feeling
And the-
somewhat trapped.
Enzo shouts like, think of your training. And she's like, my training was sorting books.
Think of your training. This isn't Dewey Decimal!
Oh dear. Soren.
Yeah. Teleport has to be cast on a willing creature, right?
Oh.
You can.
Yes,
is
plane shift can
unwilling.
be used aggressively.
I don't have plane shift. Fuck. Okay.
I mean, a purple worm's willing and decide. Ooh, it's a interesting question on various things.
Just disintegrate it. It's paralyzed.
Yeah, guess what I don't have?
You have a cedar, What's it called? What's your thingy called? Let's see.
Purple worms are intelligence 1.
They're actually less smart than dogs.
They're like
It's
they're like
incredible.
as smart as a camel or like a cow.
Okay, so I cannot use teleport offensively, right?
If the creature's willing, sure. Like if a bad guy was like, I want to get out of here, and you're like, I
Something
cast
offensive at that
teleport.
point.
But
I
yeah.
can't tell if the worm wants to leave or not.
I'd argue that Vigil's making a very good case for it to want to leave
That's
at the
kind
minute.
of funny.
Also, if
The
I
worms-
cast teleport on it, like, does that include Arienril since she's inside of it?
That begets a very complicated question of whether Arianril is considered worn or carried.
Mhm.
Probably a sage advice for this somewhere.
This is
Just
a
the worst
real
thing.
you can certainly try moment.
Yeah, that's true. You
Ooh.
can certainly try.
I'm gonna search the keywords purple worm engulf teleport and see what happens.
Oh boy.
It does.
Alright,
It doesn't look bloodied from the 74 damage, does it? Does it?
No, not
No,
quite.
not yet. Okay.
Okay, same deal. He's inside of it. I don't have a lot of options right now.
Cantrip is probably fine.
Yeah, actually I'm just gonna throw a guiding bolt at it.
Ooh, don't concentration. Remember,
Yeah,
you're concentrating on hold monster.
yes. I can
Your
cast
guiding
guiding
bolt
bolt.
is concentration.
Is it?
That's not.
No, it's not.
Dynamite's not concentration, it's fire and forget. It's just zoom bolty thing.
Am
Yeah.
I?
You just have advantage on the next attack. So I'm gonna... It doesn't have an R next to it. Or a C next to it, rather, so I'm gonna assume no.
It's just got one run duration.
Oh, you're
Okay.
right. I'm thinking of something else. I'm
Alright,
sorry.
guiding bolt, 3rd level, let's fucking go.
Avoiding fucking balls.
Huh.
Zoom.
I don't know if that hit.
Oh, it didn't roll attack, it rather just
That
rolled
was heal.
damage.
Actually, that's healing word. I'm sorry, I missed.
Oh, fair enough.
God, I keep fucking clicking on the wrong thing. There we go. Guiding bolt. I said guiding bolt, computer. There we go. No.
It's paralyzed, so you get advantage, don't you? Or is it just melee attacks?
No, that's 18.
Small attacks, I think.
I'd assume all attacks, especially a creature of this size.
Oh, yeah.
That does hit.
Cool. That is. Is that 21 damage or?
Yeah, 21.
Okay, cool. That's 21 radiant, and it is engulfed in a shower of ember-like sparks.
Ooh, shit. Ugh.
Okay. We then come to the worm.
Still held.
It is still held.
I thought the last turn was
Uh,
after Vigil. Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I slightly messed up the initiative at the start.
Okay.
In the sequence of this fight, my brain just went out the window. But it'll be Worm then Vigil then Enzo. I really should just add it to initiative properly.
Yeah.
So it rolled a 17.
Alright, sick.
Arianril takes acid damage and continues to actually still.
I hope Tassels is
Wait,
okay.
opportunity.
Magic item should be all right.
We can only hope.
I'm down for some of my magic items to be dissolved at this point. I have too many.
Not Tassels, that has personality.
Fails to say. Remains paralyzed. Okay. Vigil.
Vigil says you appear to be choking, and then goes in to stab the same part and make a fucking big hole. I'll do his best to do so. And yep. Here's
Crit.
the 2d8 for the crit. Here's the 10d8 for the 3rd level smite.
Another slot, yeah. Oh, okay.
That
is insane of a roll, but 69, I think, damage.
Nice.
That's one. And
It is bloodied.
alright. You letting go yet?
Let's see. I'll be with disadvantage this time. No, that's initiative. That's not what I wanted.
Not 3. It counts. 12?
For 12. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing, so you have +4 to that, but that still isn't enough.
Nice.
+4 is lower.
+4 on top of that.
Oh.
I clicked its con, not its
Saving throw.
saving throw. So it's paralyzed. So the fiction of it vomiting up the target doesn't quite fit here. But I'll say as you like wrench your blade through, there's a spray of gore. You kind of see Arianral's hand up at its gullet, and you can grab her and wrench her free.
Yeah. I'm presuming she's holding onto the fucking carpet, we can only hope, but if not, I'll have to grab her and pull her out.
Unfortunately, she is not.
Yeah.
She
I figured
was
Tassel's
holding
maybe
her
lost.
concentration.
Yeah. Tassel's maybe lost, but I'm carrying her now, I guess. Good job on raging. I'm very strong.
She is a elf, half elf.
She's an elf.
Elf, full elf.
Well, yeah.
Scholar. She is not the heaviest set of
Mhm.
folks who could be wrenching out of the gullet of a purple worm.
That is a sentence I never thought I would hear.
Yeah, she kind of lands in the snow, covered in gore and stomach juices, and yeah, it was very much just blah. What's going on here? That was your first swing.
It was, yes. Then I will, just to add some extra damage on, just for shits and giggles. Here's a spiritual weapon.
Just to add some injury to injury.
Yeah. Spiritual weapon happens at the same time. Vigil wants this thing dead.
Wow, you really do.
Yeah. I got slots.
You should have a second attack, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't you worry, this is my bonus action.
Jesus.
20
It
plus.
it was not any sort of action to pull her out. Fair enough.
No, just bonus action, boof.
That is just because it failed the save, and so mechanically
Okay.
Mechanically,
it spits out
Mm-hmm.
anyone that's vomited, but it's paralyzed, so it's just weird.
It's
So
flavor.
a good fictional justification, yeah.
Here's a question. Does the spiritual weapon get advantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the rule is attacks against the creature have advantage.
Wow, incredible.
Wow, well, Lucy.
Never mind.
Mm,
The spiritual weapon appears and goes dink and doesn't do much.
Oh,
And then vigil chop. Wait, I've been using the wrong longsword. Whoops. Here's the real longsword.
23. Nice.
yes.
There's the other 2d8. Here's a 4d8. I'm using a level 2 slot. Oh wait, another 4d8 because it's a crit, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Jesus.
Oh nice! 47.
47.
47 plus
64.
17. Yeah.
It is heavily
Paladins.
bloodied.
Vigil's just doing his best job of like runs in, sticks the sword in, just pulls with both hands, you know, shield on the forearm, just wrenching it across.
So that was it was 69 and 64, right?
Mhm.
133 damage around, but if we take away the paralyze, attack 2 misses and attack 1 isn't a crit. So
Mhm.
it's actually like 30 something. So like 100 damage is 34 damage is vigil, 100 damage is hold monster. Right here.
Oh yeah, 100 damage is Soren here.
It's
Oh.
kind of a busted spell.
A little bit.
And with that, Enzo.
Well, let's at least get an attack in. I think I have 40 speed if I recall correctly, so I can just literally dash to the other side. Is bonus action aim still a thing that I can do to get advantage?
Yes, but you have to not move.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You don't need advantage, do you? It's paralyzed.
You're right, I don't need advantage. I'm trying to think. Alright, I don't think I have a bonus action. I will simply use Booming Blade. It's flanked and advantage. So I hit this button. Hopefully that gets me there. 26.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is gonna roll non-crit. So, ooh, that's a
fat roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's another d6 plus 7 plus 2d6 plus 2d8.
Jesus.
'Cause it's a crit. Oh, I'm sorry,
Melee
not
burst
7.
classes.
Take 7 off. That's not how this edition works. 52.
Nice.
When it is boomed.
How would you care to dispatch this beast?
Let's go with Vigil cut the front. And probably, if it's like a throat, it probably did like a 180 degrees of the circumference. And then Enzo, with the now not a dagger, but more of a dirk, just like runs around and completes the circle.
Nice.
Jesus.
Grim, but nice.
Just kind of dragging it behind him, and then it is no longer attached.
I like to think of it as if we were demolishing a house, Vigil just gets the walls with the sledgehammer and you go
Yeah.
for the actual support beam.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like chopping down a tree, right? You chop most of the way through it, and then you just give it a push,
Yeah.
and it falls over. I'm the push.
Yeah.
Okay. Soren,
Yo.
you know it's dead because your spell ends.
Alright.
The lower half is like the top half topples over, slamming into the mountainside. The bottom half begins to spasm and kick.
Oh dear.
It's death throes. It's
What?
dead. But the stone around it begins to crack.
Lads?
I again swoop and grab the people that cannot fly. 10-10. Visually, you're strong enough to hold a person.
I'm holding Ariane roll.
I'm getting us out of here!
Are you?
Yeah, I have teleport.
But wait, are we teleporting out? Or
The
should we stay
carpet is
here?
still in the worm.
Yeah.
Oh, god
Can
damn it.
I had a bonus action left. Can I rogue grab it?
I think it would be essentially an action to like dive into its guts because like Tassels isn't conveniently it's deep in the gullet.
Fair enough. Tassels is in there.
Alright. Shit, it's my turn, isn't it? Or is it Enzo?
I will spend another heroic moment to grab Tassels. Fuck it.
Sure,
Heroically
it's
grab
kind of thing
tassels.
they're there for.
Yeah. Heroically grab tassels. That's what it's See if we got heroic in the name.
Yeah, as I do the cool run around, cut its head off move. For flavor, we'll say I summon the mage hand and it reaches in there and pulls Tassels out.
Okay. Tassels has seen far better days.
Is it capable of flying still? Questionable.
Yes, but it is likely to make the damage worse.
Ah. Okay, I will be gentle and instead just hold Tassels under my arm and just say, grab those two, I don't think it can fly anymore.
Right. Vigil swoops over and grabs Ariane roll. Soren, can you grab 10-10?
Can I get there? I think I can get there. 50 feet. As I fly forward, I'm just like, where are we going?
Anywhere!
Down the mountain?
That's a bad idea!
To the other peak?
Disperse the fuck. Shit.
Fucking a cone, for God's sake!
Alright! Soren drops to the snow around everybody, throws his arms out, and runes of magic surround him, and
There's a enormous cracking noise as you near the completion of your spell.
oh fuck. Right. And I will cast teleport.
You feel the ground beneath you give way
Ah.
as the mountain peak splits again and crumbles. Vigil, you watch your god home and heart break and crumble before you as Soren's hand clamps down on you. You disappear.
Fine. I will build him a new home.
Soren,
Yeah.
where in Akun were you going?
Where's the place where
Where
most
would be
familiar-
that instinctive?
What's the place that's not the Palace of Eyes? That's the library?
There was... there were a few. There was the...
Actually, no. Top of the Glass Mage Tower.
What's that?
You hung out there, didn't you?
I did. I have a fond memory there. It's the first place I thought of when I thought of Akun.
Man, you'd think after, like, what, 2 years we've been running this game, I would have done a better map of Akun.
The map is black.
It is.
Oh, it's... I think when they updated lighting. It's been so long since we've been
Oh,
to
the
Akun.
dynamic lighting changed since...
The updated dynamic. Roll20 actually implemented a feature update. And it changed the lighting.
What a concept. Alright.
Oh my lord.
Hey, I have fond memories of this map, so I'm fine with the way this is.
It's got a charm to it.
It certainly does, I like it.
So, yeah,
So,
Where the hell is the...
with the roller coaster
Oh, yeah.
sequence of
Right there.
events.
I do not remember this glass tower. What was it?
I kissed Brylan up there. Or Brylan
I
kissed me, actually.
believe it's the tower...
Of the High
No, it's not
Alamancer.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on the blimmin'
I
map.
must have
Don't-
not.
Remember
Did I not put it on there?
what it's actually called. I have it written down somewhere.
It's okay. I have documents for this.
There's documentation.
It's one of the few things I do have
Feature-
documented.
Feature update.
As we're teleporting, like because the mountain was crumbling under us, is that what I assume was happening?
Oh yeah.
That's why Tenson mentioned that the rock is like too porous or too weak, is it wasn't strong enough. And I got the void card ready just in case something like we needed it, but then I imagine we all make it safe.
Actually, I should probably roll for teleport mishap.
Yeah.
Let's
That might have been a
teleport.
reason to go to
shit.
the circle.
Yeah, that's not an automatic thing.
No, it's not.
Fuck.
Okay.
Oh no.
Alright,
This-
so this will be...
This is almost moments.
Let's say we're
Resident
very
Evil,
familiar with
I'd
this,
say I'm
right?
very
We are,
familiar with the High
like,
Alamancer Tower, yeah.
Extremely familiar. Is there a circle we are teleporting to that's nearby?
Well,
No. Soren panicked and saw the mountain splitting and thought Akun and thought of the first place that came to mind.
it's more fun to roll on the mishap table.
Yeah,
It's,
so...
yeah, we'll say very familiar.
Okay.
25 plus is good. Did you jam roll? Oh, you didn't. There it is.
Hey,
On target.
hang on. We're there. Oh, I don't think I can handle. Hey, we come back, purple one. Hey, mishap, bye. You're in fucking hell now.
It says us back to the maelstrom.
Sends us directly into Diligence's office.
For the second time today, Enzo comically falls out of the teleport and lands, like on his ass.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, it's not a document, it's a spreadsheet. That's how cool we are. Hell yeah.
I
Dang,
have a
dude.
spreadsheet. Oh.
Okay. Where is he? Where is he?
Remember when, while Owen finds this, remember when Sunken Coon was sinking and the sea level was rising? And then...
I have notes, but they're on the other side of my desk, Owen.
Oh, it's okay.
Glass.
Is it Hyalamancy?
Yeah, I have his name written down. Hang on a second.
Yeah. I believe it's called the Tor Acroban. And it's not on the map, and I can't remember where. But it's fine. You are in the city atop the tower made of glass. So perfectly formed that it is almost invisible to the eye, except for where the light catches it just so.
Wow.
Dragon seals?
We left him with, what's his name?
Who?
Caranculax.
We left him with Caranculax, yeah, because he said he'd get hold of them, yeah. Dragons.
Yes, there we are. The Tower of Rainbows, also known as the Tor.
There it is.
Tor Akraban, is in the old quarter of the city.
Ah, so it's
So-
actually on the big purple island.
Oh, sorry,
not far away
cat.
from the Palace of Ice.
God, I just dropped a
Makes
binder
sense.
next to my cat's head.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, buddy. It's okay. Yeah, it's just a folder. I'm sorry. I'm not used to you being there.
There we are. It's getting slightly cluttered. But, well,
So the
let's-
Tor Akraban?
Yeah, also colloquially known as the Tower of Rainbows. Because it catches the light and it diffracts the light and it looks so very pretty.
We're on top of it.
Yeah.
Like a balcony,
You
or are
are.
we like...
There's like a
No,
landing,
on the
is there?
roof.
Oh, okay. Covered in blood. On the roof.
Covered in blood, on the roof,
Yeah.
acid.
Yeah.
It appears to be enchanted in such a way that it doesn't reveal its insides. So there is a space inside that is material, but from the outside it appears to be a
Vigil
single shaft of glass.
gently drops Arianril off on the roof, and then just lands himself. I am still not used to that.
Sorry.
Ugh.
Ooh.
No, not the teleporting. He like
Ever-
flexes the wings slightly.
Uh-huh.
Ugh.
Everyone fine?
I think so. Arianril, you're right. Ah?
There is the sound of a thump, and you watch a seagull, surprised by your sudden arrival, swerved and just slap bang into the near invisible tower.
Fuck.
It's the seagull from session 0. It's the same one.
The one that kept shitting
Okay.
on us. Is it like dead or stunned?
It kind of plummets.
Oh god.
Healing word it.
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action healing word it as it falls.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
The seagull heals.
Nine
up-
healing.
Goes up to its 1 hit point, and
It's
Hell
one.
yeah.
Sorry.
it managed to
Yeah.
Recover out of the
I
dive.
love
recover and
D&D
fly.
so much. The only way to guarantee make people make bird sounds randomly.
It's pretty good.
Sort of feel bad about that.
Ooh.
Well. Good job.
Okay, no worms here, right?
I mean-
Ten,
Yeah.
Soren?
Raccoon, so, you know.
we're flying.
It's a glass worm.
were.
Rashok appears out of the tower.
I do a head count. Is everybody here?
Yes, everyone is here.
Okay.
As you're sat, a pane of the glass seems to kind of open and it let out light, and you can see this very strange effect where it's clear glass except for this hatch, inside of which you can see a warmly lit chamber. A kind of a handsome human man pokes his head out with a little sort of a drift globe above one hand and a nice little floppy nightcap. Pokes his head out and goes, I've had it with you people.
Hi. Sorry.
You remember us?
He probably remembers me.
You've been gone a while.
Yeah, sorry. Sort of almost got eaten by a purple worm. You know, adventure shit.
I'm not dreaming, am I?
No,
No.
no, sorry.
Okay.
No.
Caranculax.
It's
That kind of
complicated.
thing.
Oh, I know who you are. Don't worry.
Good.
Yeah, he knows who I am.
I just didn't
distinctive
expect
enough.
to find you appearing on my roof.
It's the
I
first
don't
place
think
I
many
thought
people
of.
do.
It's the second time today. It's my turn to teleport to somewhere weird of the first place I thought of.
Uh, you can come in if you like. At least I can offer you the stairs down to the bottom.
That'd be useful. I think our carpet's a bit
Ooh.
broken.
I'll fly. I'll see you down there.
Sure.
Anyone else? I offer a flight to whoever.
What would be the equivalent of a medicine check on tassels?
Tailoring check.
It would be, I believe, an Arcana check.
Crafting? Okay.
Certain tool proficiencies may apply.
By the way, I just realized I have 4 strength, and I was totally holding that carpet. All right. It was mostly on the ground.
Don't worry, Tassels is about half the weight now. As the drift go but illuminates your way, it kind of scatters light through the tower, and literally almost the whole tower comes illuminated with rainbow light. Even this little, it seems to trap and refract the light through it. 13. You roll well enough to know that this is perhaps beyond your ability to fix.
Well, if only we knew some artisans or arcane crafters around.
That is true. You have become rather chummy with the artificers of this city.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Rather chummy with half the fucking city, not like even the scumbags.
The
The hell
glass
Palmia's
mage.
doing these days.
Yeah.
There was that whole thing of
You ominous motherfucker, I'm sorry.
the other Palmyr that we did we betray?
Yeah, but you met the purple dragonborn.
Didn't we say we'd do a task for him and then not do
You
it?
did. You said you'd fucking murder the thief that stole from him.
And then
You took her to a safe place out of his reach.
Right. So I'm
And
sure that
was the bad
us
guy.
fucking over Palmyr's best friend won't have any repercussions here.
And we also didn't retrieve Caranculax's family sword, unfortunately.
No, we couldn't find it.
Yeah.
We have teleport. Wait.
No, that would
Oh.
be plane shift because it's in Limbo.
Yeah.
We'd have to teleport near the ordered house because it's protected from teleporting.
The whole reason we couldn't teleport there was the Hadronian Rift was a teleport barrier.
Also that.
Yep.
But the Terracon just yeeted us through it, no problem.
Mm-hmm. What up?
Well, the Terracon,
Terracon used plane shift, is that why? Or used banishment?
yeah, in a strange sense, it's you got.
We
I
took the
suppose it would
shortcut
have been,
that
like,
collapsed
yeah,
afterwards.
Mm,
You've
But
got
now we can't, go back to Larac.
the mountain.
not easily.
Side quest in the logbook that just won't get completed.
The rack, and you got the rift. The place you were is like a real wibbly squiggly
Oh.
bit here.
No, we
You
have a
kinda
teleport
went,
circle.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, we do!
Does
Yeah.
teleport
Yeah.
circle go through the rift? Because it's a more anchored spell.
But there we
What
have
if-
a teleport circle.
What if we cast teleportation circle at 8th level?
No, I have the runes. We should just be fine.
What if me and Soren, who can both teleport, do like a teleport ritual with the two of us?
You could certainly try.
Okay,
We'll figure it out when
Wow,
we're not
halfway
half
across
dead.
multiple planes.
Yeah.
we'll break this rift.
Alright, so we go down the tower, yeah?
Yeah.
Vigil flies down.
The mage who's Soren, you would remember their name. They're called Besnik.
Archmage Vesnik?
Besnik Turkat.
As we're descending down the stairs, I'd like to talk about the many things that have just happened in sequence.
Oh, no, not Besnik Turkat. That's a completely different
Okay, who is
wizard.
this guy?
Sorry, this is Corso and Bika. Corso, son of Bika, or child of Bika.
So, is it just me, or was the mountain falling apart at the end there?
Yeah, I think it actually just... I mean, without the presence of its Eidolon or the souls that fed it, it's basically dust.
Before shit went south real quick, I was going to suggest, can you commune with the Eidolon and see like what happened?
I didn't
He's
take
gone.
I didn't take that today either.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I guess I thought we were going to like rest there and stuff.
I mean, I could technically probably teleport back there and ask tomorrow, but I don't think we want to go back there.
We want to go back there eventually. Is this? I both in and out of character don't remember. There was a ruined city and a palace is that actively where the Cavoli are, or is that like their old abandoned city? Vigil?
Well, the way I interpreted the way I interpreted before is that there was the old Cavoli city, which basically got abandoned in favor of the new palace. Now, because of all the people that died, right, Owen? Which is expanding back
what
outward
what
now.
you saw is it's one of those situations where to the Cavoli, the city was called Cavol, and
Yeah.
the mountain was kind of the same
Cool.
thing. If
Yeah.
you were there, you'd say, well, you by context you would differentiate.
Mhm.
What you would have seen is the city of Cavol, and above it the Crimson
Crimson Palace.
Palace.
Were like the lights on?
It didn't look like it. There was a glow. There were lights within the Crimson Palace. The city further down was
Dead.
abandoned, neglected, and had nearly a dozen of these sort of spikes of ice that had ruptured from the earth. And yes, it was abandoned, or not so much abandoned as everybody assumedly died. It's when the fall occurred, the Cavoli, at least the recorded cases in the Jagged Coast, were that the Cavoli disappeared or exploded, evaporated, fell to their knees and screamed, dying. There are lots of stories about the event.
It's first-hand seen it. It's very shit.
Yeah.
Vigil's just a fun thought. Vigil's not actually seen that because he hadn't been home since the fall occurred when the campaign began. That's the first time he's seen what
Yeah.
happened to the city.
So is that palace where...
Politically, the city was assumed lost and abandoned.
Right. So is that palace where diligence is? And like...
Your experience so far has led you to believe that Diligence is based out of the area
Cradle.
known as New Cavol, or the Cradle of Cavol,
Yeah.
Right.
where they have built a new palace, which was this great kind of pyramid.
Who was... That palace... There was like... You said there was like light in the palace, like it looked somewhat inhabited still.
They were strange eldritch lights.
Ah, okay. Ghosts.
They were unnatural.
I would assume that what was left of my home is now dead, and/or whatever the hell the devils are doing there. From what I scryed upon before, there were devils across the mountain that have caused the devastation.
So that place is merely a ghost.
It was my home, but now it's a ghost, yes.
The new Cavoli are in the cradle.
Vigil, does Diligence know that the Inquisitors betrayed her? That they're responsible for the
Yes.
fall of Cavol? She knows that? For certain?
I don't know if she knows that for certain. She talked to me before and said that she cannot make a move as the Inquisitors were watching her. And that she needed my help, and that in order to bring back our people, I was to bring the Lexicons to her to unite them, and potentially bring everyone back.
Okay, what the fuck time is it? Ugh.
2 a.m.
I am so sorry. Archmage Ambika, we did not mean to
Fine, would you
intrude.
like hot cocoa? I can...
We'll be fine.
We'll be fine, thank you.
Thanks. We should just frankly find somewhere to sleep for the night and then discuss this in the morning because my brain feels like somebody's taken a hammer to it.
I'm afraid my tower only has the one room.
No, we're really okay, but thank you for your generosity.
Which is a small kind of glass tumbler. Yeah, he kind of inscribes runes in the air, casts a spell, and you watch as it leaps up onto 2 little feet. And runs off.
Hey Owen,
That's new.
Yeah?
Can I think of a 5th level or lower spell that repairs damage to objects? Like a super mending? There used to be one called Make Whole in older editions.
Don't believe so.
Can we empower mending cantrips then?
You could try, but it's...
Is Tassels enough of a living creature that healing magic works?
That's a good point.
Or it's not. It's a sentient object. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tassels has personality. Tassels doesn't have the rest, I don't think.
I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation on him anyway to clear off the acid.
Okay. Our end roll just kind of is like, if you wouldn't mind.
Wait, what?
I'm still covered.
Oh, sorry.
In horrific foul-smelling
Here.
Thank you. And it kind of whisks all the filth away over the next.
No, okay, never mind.
I hate to ask this, but Vigil, can you carry me and Tassels to Elsa, perhaps?
It's 2 in the morning. Shouldn't wake her up right now.
We'll wake her up.
It can wait, can't it?
No, I point at the carpet somewhat angrily, partially dissolved.
Okay, alright.
If you were Elsa and we showed up with this in the morning and said we didn't want to wake you up, I feel like she'd be kind of pissed.
Yeah, actually, I would. I don't know about her, though. I don't really know her that well. Anyway, I don't have sending, so I can't wake her up.
It's fine, we'll just go.
Oh, God. Alright. Arian wrote 1010. Do you two want to go, like, find an inn while we take care of this? I mean, well, we know a place. So the Flirty Sheen just here, and Sortin will dig out some gold, just hand it to her. Go, get us some rooms.
The where now?
Oh, God, you don't know your way around.
I will...
been here for several hundred years.
Yeah, Visual?
Corso is just like, who are you?
Elf.
Oh. I suppose. And Tantan's like, wait. We're not in Larak anymore, are we?
No. No, we're across the ocean.
Yoranta.
Oh, shite.
We're in Sunkenakun.
I'm on the other side of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget that's not normal to people. Sorry,
We do this a lot.
I think we can get you back there, Tenton.
Yeah.
We have magic, and if not, we'll pay for your boat trip. It's actually really nice.
Perhaps there are worse things for me.
Or you could take the opportunity and explore a new half of the world you've never been to. I will say, avoid Kavol.
Yeah.
I've gotten the impression that ain't a sunny place to be heading, though.
No, the mountain I used to worship as a god just collapsed, so you know there's that. Really puts a hamper on tourism.
I thought the Civil War back home was bad, then.
Visual.
Oh, you've seen nothing yet.
Can you take these two to the Flirty Sheen? Me and Enzo will go wake Elsa up. Unless
Right.
I really want to come see the coolest magic shop ever, but...
Magic shop?
Sort of. Alchemy. It's a new thing-ish.
Alchemy?
Yeah, come on. You like it.
That's the madman trying to turn things to gold and such, right?
Sort of, but they actually managed to do something useful with it. I would argue that it's actually the Ninth School of Wizardry, but anyway, come on.
That's a good one.
I'm not joking.
Alchemy.
Yeah, and so, Arian roll.
Your broom holds two?
No, but we can walk.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what do you mean? We're high-level adventure... Walk? Oh.
Man who only travels by Uber.
On the same level as the Poors?
I look forward to seeing quite what this alchemist of yours has to offer. I mean, no offense, I'm sorry, but...
Oh, don't make too many judgments too quickly. I think she'll surprise you. She'll probably be pretty annoyed, but...
Follow me. I'll go and get the rest of us rooms.
Yeah, I understood what makes it more than glorified potion brewing, but...
Come on.
We shall see.
Vigil picks up a dwarf.
Oh! Right. Yeah. Right, you can
We're
put me on the
going.
ground. Oh, all right, we're flying. I could
Do you
get used
want to,
this.
or would you rather not?
Oh, I need to get a pair of goggles or something.
I need practice,
You're.
and
Right.
my back is starting to
Gonna
hurt. So
T poses.
Can I just say, Visual, your wings look like bat wings, like demonic wings or something, right?
yeah, but with like gold fleck
So,
and veins and shit running through.
So a horned bat-winged figure flying over top of a coon. I mean, it is like 2 a.m., but I'm just saying, if you get shot out of the air by ballistae or like fucking griffin riders intercept you,
Just a fucking cannon.
an arcane
you know
tower
what?
just Tesla coils you like.
You know what? I'm gonna make Vigil make a wisdom check and see if he considers that.
Mm,
And if he
Go
does,
for it.
he's gonna fly.
I
alright, rolls with
do.
you.
There's something really funny about how shit an ending that would
2.
be.
Bye bye.
Vigil just takes off, and then you all hear a. And then a very charred Vigil just kind of plummets into the sea.
And then a fucking volcano emerges and he goes, "Stop it." So Vigil fucking picks up
This is
1010.
true.
Vigil picks up 1010 and just starts flying. Like, I know roughly where the Floridian Sheen is. I'm not gonna go massively high, I'm gonna fly like a roof
Yeah.
level.
And
Yeah.
Ariel, or is she coming with us?
Yeah, she's coming with us.
She's coming with us. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Alright, we're in the old quarter, which is over here, right?
No, here.
Oh god.
You're
Oh,
on the island.
fucking hell.
It's about a 20-minute walk to the docks. And given it's 2 in the morning, it's a hourly service on boats.
I could just
Hey,
fly
Soren-
us across one at a time. Yeah.
Soren, do you have a healing spell left?
Yeah? Why?
Okay, I pulled the void card out and cast fly on all 3 of us.
Okay. I was going to say it's 10 minutes until the next boat. But I need to double check the rules on
We're gonna take
that.
like
particular-
Void is
like-
5th. Fly covers 3 people with a 5th. Actually,
how
I
much
think this is
damage
long
do you
enough.
take per thing again? I can't
This
remember.
might not be long enough, but Enzo just likes doing dumb shit. It's 10 minutes. That should get us across.
Okay. Can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
I
God
can't.
allows you.
Right.
You fucking explode.
2, 3.
Okay.
Good thing there's
Fly's
no.
a third level spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm casting out a 5th because I want to cover all of us.
Mm,
Okay.
Oh my, one more shinderu.
10d10, I think. I'm up. Is this
That-
untyped damage, necrotic?
This is necrotic damage.
That's a
Are you
fat roll.
fucking mad?
Oh man.
You didn't have to cast it on me, I have a broom!
How would you describe the effect, DM?
John hurt.
Literally could have just... Oh.
Jesus. Oh my god.
So,
Hey, I'm an anarch.
it's not even so much cold, it's a beyond cold creeps into your bones and your soul as you feel yourself be ripped away. You are momentarily, every nerve in your body is inflamed with nothingness, and then you snap back, and the pain becomes that much more real.
Snap back to the reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Quite literally,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate you.
To the point where Soren, like, there was a momentary flicker of, like, an ethereal form, kind of momentary flicker and wrench back out of Anzo before snapping back.
Fucking hell.
I, for the 3rd time, stumble and fall on my ass, and then get up, probably coughing a little bit or, like, clutching my rib.
The angriest cast of heal. Just whap!
Oh, what are you healing me with?
That.
Heal? Nice. Thank you.
Hey, do you bet I can make s'mores with a blowtorch and butane and, just a lot of fun? And then Enzo goes, yeah, and then just does it anyway. Just goes fucking nuts with it.
Oh!
I
okay.
literally could have just put one of you on the broom. And you... Okay, whatever. Fine. Sure. Great. You alright?
To learn how to use the card.
Yeah, but... incrementally.
It seemed like the right time. And please don't scold me for bad decisions around spellcasting.
Yeah, right.
And then I start flying.
Yeah, alright. Come on. I have my broom ready just in case the spell
The spell fails.
not
The spell does go off, right?
Right, but like
Oh,
in case
yeah,
it runs
no,
out
like-
before we get to the Forge Linguistic, I'm hovering close to y'all. I'm pretty certain I could fit 3 small people on my broom, but it would probably just start sinking.
Now, Owen, for legal reasons, what's the order of resolution? Because fly is concentration. I'm guessing I take the damage before the spell takes effect.
It doesn't, yeah.
That would be silly.
It doesn't fuck up with that
Okay.
sense, no. However, with that musical sting there,
Right.
your connection with the card has deepened.
Ooh. See? All part of my plan.
It wasn't.
As you take flight, trying to think of a way to describe it. It's not a sentient item per se. Yeah, I guess this is more me informing you as a player.
Mhm.
It's that it is now, I suppose, awakened, to use vestige terminology.
Ooh.
It can now duplicate the effects of any spell of 7th level
Huh.
or lower.
I'm sure the 14d14 or whatever that I will take is...
You do not need to meet any requirements mentioned in the spell in terms of class or level. This includes costly components, and the effect simply happens.
Now, this is due to my attunement with a card, so if I gave this card to, let's say, Vigil now, it would go back down, I'm guessing?
Yes.
So, okay. Maybe you want to put that on the item as, like, Void Plus. As a separate entry, but maybe that's just going to make it too long.
How long does it take to fly to the Forge Linguistic from here? What are we, 60 feet a second? Around, rather?
Yeah, fly is actually 60, so it's even faster.
Mm. Is that actual?
Yeah, we've talked about this many times, but the map is a little...
Jank.
Like Manhattan on this map would be like this big. It's the scale is insane.
Yeah. I'll take about half an hour.
We get 10 minutes of flying.
You got 10 minutes.
We can
I'd
cross
say-
the water.
Yeah, you can cross the water to sort of here, and
Yeah.
then walk the rest of the way. Yeah, at one point I did a bunch of digging into like how big a city a certain population should be, and it got very unclear. Because there is no like this many people take up this much space. Every
Sure,
city
it
is
depends on the
different.
density.
Mhm.
But in a medievalish density, even for 1 million people, like, this should be shrunk by
Yeah.
like a factor of 2 at least.
For sure. Okay, so it's probably around 3 that you get to the Forge Linguistic.
Oh, she might still be up. Oh, and sleeps like
Yeah.
I do.
I was going to, yeah, that's a good point. I'd be waking her up. If she's like you, then she might be
She very well might be awake, actually, yeah. I'm gonna
burning the midnight oil.
I'm gonna hop up on the broom real quick and see if the lights are on.
You can see that there is some dim light inside. Through a window, you can see there is a figure patrolling with a lantern. Nowhere is brightly lit, from what you can tell.
No, I don't think she's up, actually.
I said I will confidently and loudly knock on the door. Or if there's a doorbell, you know.
Okay. They probably have some... It's the Forge Linguistic. They probably have, like, a chain cord that you pull, and then there's a Rube Goldberg machine of interactions that ring a bell with a...
I was going to say a ghost cantrip, but maybe they want to make it complicated.
They're engineers. Engineers naturally do that shit anyway.
They're artificers. They're wizards.
An arcane mouth. Because there is a guest at the door. About a minute passes before you can hear the chong, chong, chong of feet. There is a little window, sort of viewport opens. Pair of eyes topped by very bushy white eyebrows. How can I help you?
We're here to see Elsa, please.
Well, really, we're here to repair our... I don't even finish the sentence, I just show.
It's the 3rd hour of the morning.
Yep.
We're very good friends. Tell how Soren and Enzo are here.
It's a bit urgent as well, sorry.
She isn't here.
What?
I assume she's sleeping at her home.
Oh, right, this is
Oh,
her
she
work.
stayed here, yeah. Do I know where she
Often
lives?
many nights, yes, but you realise that you do not.
I have no idea where
I
she
don't
lives.
think it ever actually came up.
NPCs have homes? They're supposed to just stay in their one location where it's convenient for us, Owen. What the fuck?
It's a bit urgent. You know where she lives?
The thing slams shut. There's signs of some mechanism, and then he swings the door open. Let me get a good look at you.
Sure.
Holds up his lantern and kind of temporarily blinds you. I've seen you around here before. Let me, a moment. Kind of see him turn and stomp off to a little sort of reception, pulls out a bit of parchment and pen, scrawls something down, and folds it up. She lives here.
Thank you.
How far is it?
It's about 15 minutes away.
Okay.
But just to make sure you're not followed. Huh?
Yeah, is she in some sort of trouble?
No, but there's been... there's some strange things happening, but...
To her?
Oh my god, the possession.
To the
I was going to
city?
say to her, or is this just like a
Yeah.
general warning you'd give anyone?
We've been away for a while.
Oh, no, here at the Forge. We've had to up security things. It's... You do not need to worry.
I thought it was about that guard that got possessed before when it escaped from Thingy's house.
I pull out my tome. Did you see the thing I typed earlier, Owen? I sent a message using my tome sending.
Oh, I did.
Now it appears on their piece of paper, so if they're asleep, it wouldn't wake them up.
Okay.
Because I think the way it works is I gave them a page. No, it casts sending.
No, it casts sending. You write it, and then it communicates to them.
So maybe it would wake them up.
What's scary is it might communicate to them in a voice that isn't yours. It's
Oh,
like
shit.
a Nurse Shulk is just like, passing on the message.
It's just my edgy, ventrilo voice, filter.
Okay. I'll bear that in mind. Yeah, the sort of captain of the guard here explains that they've just been trying not to worry you. That there were sightings of suspicious folk around the forge, and so they've hired on some more guards. So you're just being cautious.
The reason I ask is, did I get a reply from Soraya on that?
Or
was she laying asleep?
You would have gotten a response of, "It's fucking 3 in the morning. The fuck do you want?"
I will, somewhat rudely, but whatever, pull out the tome here, which is 20 minutes after I sent her the first message, so she's right fallen back asleep, and text her again and be like, people, suspicious individuals at the forge, question, do you know? WTF?
Sweat drop emoji.
Yeah. I should catch up.
Fine. We'll do. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Tell Sarah I said hi.
What kind of bard is she if she's asleep at 3 a.m.? The fuck?
I finally fixed my fucking sleep schedule, alright? I'll be coming after you with a knife.
Okay, I closed the tome.
I dropped 1010 off at the Floridian Shane and book our rooms.
Yep. They recognize you. They add it to the tab.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you even get that?
They recognize me like half covered in blood, holding a sword, one random new elemental thing, and holding wings.
Yeah, they're just like
you're just weirder every time I see you.
Yeah, sort of the night shift. What's the word? Not maitre d'. Maitre d'? What the fuck? Where am I getting that word from?
Like a restaurant thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, like the night manager.
A dining room attendant. Yeah, sort of the night manager. Of course, the baths are always available all around the clock. You
Good.
can have them warmed up for you now if you like.
Maybe sometime. I have to go and retrieve something. Make sure that Ted's in here, and I give. I just say, Dad, him onto it. It's fine.
Of course.
Just take what you need. It'll be fine. We got more money than God at this point. Rachel just like puts the sword away and then just goes, right, I have to go and see. Ow, okay, I'm walking back. I'm still not used to this.
Yeah. Muscles have gone kind of iron hard with strain and exertion.
It's carrying a lot of people and then stabbing things while carrying a lot of people on a recent thing that just happened.
However, you could now have the fresh experience of a wing massage.
Ooh, there's an idea. Yeah.
Honestly, Soren and Enzo, I'm not even going to ask, unless you really want to, I'm not going to ask for a check if you act moving stealthily. Like, you can move through the city like a ghost.
Oh. To not be followed?
Yeah,
Unless you are not giving a fuck.
Actually, it's Soren. Do you want to do this? Well, you want to be the bait? And you be seen and I won't be? And we can find out who's following us?
I mean, I could just fly.
That would be a good way of being a bait. You'd be very visible.
Incredibly visible. Do you want me to go to a different location?
No, still go to see Elsa. But if there are suspicious individuals, they perhaps will follow you, and I am certain I can out-stealth them.
Alright. Ariana, come on. You can come with me.
It is a rather large building for alchemists.
I know though. Wait till you see the
Vigil gets
inside.
on. Vigil gets on the horn.
Oh yeah, we have a...
Yeah, the Spies Murmur.
Technically it's a mile. No.
I think we're good.
Alright, where are the rest of you? I've dropped 1010 off, and I'm walking back. Fuck this.
Elsa's not at the shop. We're going to our house.
What the fuck's that?
You might as well stay where you are, but we might be being followed.
Oh, shit. Well, in that case, I'll delay the massage.
What?
Doesn't matter. I might. I will sit on standby. I'm not sure how far away I should be. Although at this point, But why? Why are you being followed? Who would be stupid enough to do that?
I don't know if the fucking guard said something. We'll find out.
Right. Keep you posted. I'm going to. I don't know. I'm going to do something.
You can come to the district if you want, but we don't expect trouble. We're just going to drop this off.
She live in the evening quarter?
No, her house is here in Blue Water.
Oh, okay.
She lives near work, just not at work.
Okay.
The Vigil begins the walking there. He just says, fuck it, and just begins walking that way.
Fair.
In the middle of the night, the Cavoli tiefling.
I will cast invisibility on just myself, and let those two be bait wizards while I am the counter tail, if there is a tail.
I'll take us up into the sky about 30 feet, just so I'm not clipping buildings with my feet.
Okay.
Make some dancing lights around you, just be like really obvious.
I don't have dancing lights. I think.
Light?
Arian roll. I think I have that one. I know light.
Oh, rush. Yeah, but I don't really need it, but if we want to be very visible.
Yeah, be nice and visible.
Pokes the broom, and the broom begins to.
Shiny.
You know what? I'll actually hold my spell slot. I won't invisibility as my last slot. I'll rely on my old skills.
Can you both make me perception checks, please?
Sure.
Can do. You want a stealth for me?
Yeah, please. Although.
Natural 20 for a 29.
Whoa. That's a roll. That's a roll, Rune.
Jesus Christ.
I feel like since it's dark, if I stop, I go invisible because I have that thing.
This is true.
So, would that be a reason to perhaps gain advantage on stealth?
I would say yes.
Because I can periodically go invisible. Because a plus 12 is a plus 12, but those rolls are awful. It's a 15.
Good lord. Well, you're not sure if you're staying hidden from any potential follower, and you can't see anyone. Soren, you are very sure you're not being followed. Like you are alone in the night.
I don't think there's anyone around.
Okay. For the second time, knock on the door, wake us up. We're just waking everyone up tonight.
Yeah, it's
Unless you
on
meet
the
him.
sort of the edge of Blue Water. You get an interesting comment from Arianna, Soren, which is, as you're flying over, she marvels that when she was last here, this entire part of the city didn't exist.
That would have been at least a couple of 100 years ago, right?
Oh, yes, no, everything from, well, I mean, the old island and what you called the evening quarter and gold water, but everything else was swamp, pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the harbour that way, and I mean, Dankwater's still a mess, but swampy and full of fake things.
Dankwater?
It's called something else, Greenwater, I think. The locals call
right.
it Dankwater. Because it smells like swamp.
Fair enough.
Can I send Glimmer ahead as a magpie to tap on Elsa's window? Just to wake her up?
Sure. You can see the flare of... it's not a warm torchlight, it's more a cold alchemical glow. Illuminate the room. Which did appear dimly lit. Elsa pokes her head out. You see she's wearing a pair of spectacles. Hair is quite frizzy and kind of only loosely tied back, and she's kind of in a comfortable gown, essentially. Very much the Midnight Scholar. Folks said to us. Ah!
Hi.
Soren, what are you doing here? It's
3 o'clock in the morning? 3:30
Yes.
now. Yeah, no, do you know
It's
how to
amazing
fix...
everybody's so good at knowing the time around here when clocks are not common, but
I know, right? I don't know. I mean, I am technically a chronomancer, but that doesn't mean I know the time all the time. Anyway, do you know how to fix a magic carpet? With acid damage.
Maybe we shouldn't have this conversation through my bedroom window?
Yeah, that's probably fair. Do you mind if we come in?
Yes, sorry, I'd have to, yes, of course. She disappears, closes the window, and you can hear her, dun, 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 someone running downstairs. And then the door opens. You realise it's, the ground floor is sort of a different premises. It appears to be more business, would she live above.
Just a student apartment still? Holy shit.
It's essentially the equivalent of a stationery store. So, parchments, vellum, papyrus, all sorts of different papers from manuscripts and scroll making.
Wait, I've probably
there
been
are
here.
Even inks.
That's just pandering to Rune. Come on.
Yeah, no. I am very aware of what I'm doing.
Stationery is wizard culture.
Yeah.
Soren.
It's a bit like going to, I mean, I guess what would be I don't know what the American version would be, but like Paper Chase or WH Smith's or Staples?
Staples?
Office
Is
Depot.
that a thing? Yeah, it's not, you're not going to find your artisan goods here, but you can get a crappy sketch pad for £2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was a place like that beneath, oh, it was a place in Ireland. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, I know what you're talking about. It's like school
that
supplies.
kind of place. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
with maybe some occasionally fancy stuff, but mostly aimed at like your average person who needs paper.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, so she kind of takes you up the staircase that kind of goes up from her door between the two shops, up and opens up into her apartment, which is still somewhat fancy. It's sort of 2 stories. There's the upstairs is kind of like a mezzanine area. It looks out over the sea. You can imagine that in the evening. No, yeah, evening. It would have a beautiful view of the sunset over the sea here. I always get my sunrise in west and east mixed up. And yeah, it's still a well-furnished. She's one of the Gemstone Guard of the city. She is not living in destitution. But it's a nice little modest apartment. But the downstairs, what probably should be like living room with like a kitchen in the corner, is almost entirely study. Kind of got a chair, bookshelves, tables, and a very small kind of alchemist setup in the corner. So, welcome to my home.
Thanks. Sorry for the time and everything else.
Let me. He goes behind. Pulls from behind a bookshelf a set of essentially folding like camping chairs. And sets them up. Sorry, I only have one chair. I don't really host very often.
No, that makes sense. We normally come see you in the forge, but Enzo was quite insistent about tassels here, so we sort of ran into
I
it.
can see you there.
Yeah, no, he does that.
Yeah. Can you repair things like this? I would be willing to pay more for a rush job.
Right. I can take a look.
We ran into a purple worm. I think that's what that was.
Yes. This is purple worm digestive acid.
Right.
Yeah, the last 2 days have been sort of mad.
Know what? Let us go to the basement.
Alright. Just pick up the chair.
Yes, no, bring the chairs. Good idea.
Hi.
And your friend?
Are you an archmage? I just look at Harry and roll like,
Me?
yeah, you.
No.
She was like level 6 or something.
Yes, my actual capabilities of magic are rather limited.
Do you have a title?
But, if I did, I'd have to come up with a cool sounding one on the fly, and it's been a day.
Elsa, this is Ariane Sharir, the author of the book that I told you about.
Chronomancer?
I don't actually think she's a chronomancer. She just came up with a theory.
Theoretical
More-
chronomancer.
Yes,
Theorist.
that would do. I understand how magic works, but the actual channeling of power somewhat frazzles me.
Do you remember the book I told you about, The Treatise of Time?
Yes, you were quite
That's-
mad trying to track it down.
That's her. And that's this book. I
Oh.
held it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's been a couple of days that have been, yeah, exciting is the word for it.
Vigil arrives in the rough area.
Yeah, we'll say you can sort of taking short stints of flight.
Yeah.
You can, just so you're not out of the scene.
Mm.
You can.
Oh, Vigil's coming as well.
What street? There are lots of them.
I don't know. It's a stationery shop.
That's very helpful to someone like me.
We got the address, so I'll give you the address, right?
Thank you.
Parchment's a parchment.
She leads you down under the stationery shop into a kind of a metal-lined basement, which seems to be a bit more of a home setup. Gestures to the table in the center. If you could put the item in question there. What do you know of the heritage?
Did we find him in a dragon in
Of the
a
item?
giant's heart?
Yeah, but that's just like that dragon's horde items. It could.
No. The giant's horde, the frost giant.
No, I'm saying, but like that doesn't indicate that giants
okay.
made it or anything. Like it could be anywhere.
We really don't know. We just found it.
It is intelligent.
Yeah, it does seem
That makes
intelligent.
things a little bit more tricky.
That's why we brought it to the finest crafter in town. And I smile my most 20 charisma smile and also
you're
put
going to
1,000
make-
gold on the table.
Me blush, but see the problem as she kind of takes tass on lays on the table. How sentient did you say? Can it feel pain or talk?
I believe
How
so.
awakened is it?
Vigil steps in.
Vigil arrives. Nice.
Yeah.
I should lock my door, but hello, welcome.
Sorry, magic
Actually-
thing, persuasive. I apologize.
It
Wings.
seems
But is how awakened is the
understand
magic in
like
the
commands.
It has a name. It understands commands and occasionally reacts happily to things. It's not. It's maybe like a puppy.
Okay. That will make things a little bit more complicated. If you how attached are you to the persona?
I mean, a bit, aren't we?
A carpet that can fly, I could manage from what is here. It would still take a lot of work to re-enchant and weave, and a lot of it depends on who made it, what language it channels and operates through. A lot of things used with the mortal tongues I can work with quite efficiently, but if it's more complicated than that, I do not want to say I cannot do it, but
I keep pouring gold on the table, and I'm like, is there a specialist on intelligent items you could work with?
Enzo, please.
Is there any kind of magic that I have?
I get.
Legend lore. That's what I need.
Yeah. Know who has legend lore? Me tomorrow.
What
I like the
can
idea
do-
that it's just coins
Yeah.
just.
What I can do, I can stabilize the damage. I can isolate where the damage has been done, stop the magical enchantments from breaking further or eroding away. So we can take the time to look at this properly. I'm
Right.
taking a look. You said that you found it in a giant?
A
We
castle
kicked the shit out of him.
in Varitania.
Well,
Right.
our castle now, I guess.
It was.
I have
It
to
was
say, it
cloud
is quite-
giants. Cloud giants. It used to
It
belong
is
to cloud
quite
giants.
big for a flying carpet.
You think it was made by the giants because it's sized for one giant?
It seems like it.
Huh. If it had, because for a long time I had the Eye of Memnor attuned, so if it had Jotun runes on it, I would have read them.
Not so much a literal that has runes on it.
Literal, but it's like
Um,
within the magic language.
yeah. Oh, yeah, Elsa essentially will pose that she stabilizes tassels before she can take a proper look
So
with proper equipment. But she will do what she can.
we'll leave it with you then, and
I will say this is not going to be a one-day fix.
that is fine.
And my schedule is quite busy at the minute. But I will make time. Don't worry. You have bought enough of it, it seems.
I leave merely 1,000 gold on the table and say, just tell me what the cost is when you're done. I'll leave that as a little in case you need to buy anything up front.
I will do. How have you been? You're setting off to Lorac. Last time we saw each other.
Yeah.
We're back.
Long story.
We've gone for about a month, right?
We sailed a long time.
Yeah.
It was a couple of
We
weeks.
sailed like a month.
Yeah, I think it's been about
It's been
6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Yeah, it sounds close.
Like a month and a half, yeah. Okay.
As soon as you say that, Vigil just goes, shit, I just remembered.
There was. Yeah, what?
I left the great sword back in Acraeus and paid him up front to transfer an enchantment, and I'm not there to collect it.
We left a lot of things back there. We also left an angry Palmyr-like man who we didn't do a task for, and that we did the opposite of the task he asked.
It's
We
fine,
also-
the earth might swallow him.
We also should probably contact someone at the ordered house to see what is happening at the Maelstrom, because they are there.
True.
Alright, I'll have sending tomorrow. I can send a sending to one of them. Or...
We can get some sleep and strategize in the morning.
The long story short of it, Elsa, is that it's been a lot, and we have the Terracon.
Hi.
It's safe.
I was
He's
going
of a
to
cabin
ask.
now.
A lot of
Hey.
things happened. Slard, thieves, cards of power,
Oh, yeah, we got one
Terracon.
of those then.
wings,
Oh, yeah, I
Anarch.
picked up a new trick. He's an anarch. I'm still a mess.
Hey, don't just. Hey, maybe let's keep that private, okay? The Anarch thing.
Oh, alright. I mean, it's
Fair enough.
Elsa, but alright.
Yeah, but
Um,
I'd prefer let's
Oh.
not tell anyone else.
Yeah.
do you have somewhere to stay? I have a cot I can set up for one of you, but
No, we've got rooms at the Sheen.
I practically nudge Soren forward.
What? What? Sorry?
Oh, I just thought you'd want to stay here.
Soren just gives Elsa a like, just goes red. He's very pale. It's very obvious.
No, because you have rooms at the Sheen. Don't worry about it.
If you
I
want me
have
to
some-
stay here, I could, but
No, it's fine. I don't want to insist. If you do it,
The rooms at the Sheen are soundproof and cleaned very regularly. I'm going to go. I'm very tired.
that just clearly goes way over Elsa's head. She's like, I'm looking to sleep somewhere, not do alchemical experiments in the morning and wake people up.
That's not what he meant.
Plus, my own chambers have been similarly treated to prevent such disturbances on my neighbors. I'm good here.
Good. Vigil was the start of Empkins leaving. It's good to see you again, Elsa.
And you too.
You had to go sleep.
It's good to, yeah, bye.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Yeah. Sorry about,
About what?
Hmm?
About who?
Enzo.
Oh. Why?
Because he's making innuendos.
Oh
Wait,
my
what?
god.
Was he?
Yeah, no, he was...
Oh.
Innuendo.
Oh, she cares. Rather red.
I don't think it, yeah.
That's not what I meant when I said that my rooms are also,
No, I figured
Like,
it was for magic.
Yeah.
Or was it? His finger guns back out of the room towards the stairs.
But no! Sometimes my experiments go wrong and there's explosions of fire and I don't wake people up.
Has everybody else left the room? Like, is it just
Vigil
us?
fucking left.
I
He's
did
like,
I think
actually
so,
leave,
unless
yeah.
Enzo is invisible in the corner.
I thought about making that joke when you made the innuendo joke. I just pop out of invisibility like, hey. No, I'm actually upstairs.
Okay. It is just the two of you.
No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't tease you. Thank you for seeing us this late.
Do you know where the door is?
Ouch.
I'm going to... no, She kind of looks away from you, but throws herself into a hug.
Oh, alright. This is nice.
Glad you're back, that's all.
Yeah, okay. I kind of untangle myself but hug her back. I actually was really worried about you. But I'm glad you're alright. We're fine. We're fine. I think we're fine.
I was hearing word that you might not come back.
Yeah, we very nearly didn't. I mean...
You should go before Enzo starts making more jokes.
Yeah. Feels like we never really get to talk properly, but... We'll find out.
Well, maybe one day.
When the world's not falling apart, right? Hey, your guard said something about suspicious figures at the linguistic, the Forge of Linguistic.
3 weeks ago, or so, we had... Someone tried to break in the night when I was working late. I managed to stop them. Thankfully, the field tests for the weapon that Enzo failed to really perform, but I managed to do my own and it's proved more than adequate. But they escaped, and then they... It happens sometimes. We're in an industrial district, there are folks that are looking for things that they might be able to sell. I do nothing of it but the city.
Did you get a look at who they were?
No, just a figure in the doorway, the window, really. But the company, they said they have investments they need to take care of, contracts to fulfill, they can't risk any espionage, so security got heightened, and now I have to book late nights in advance. I can't just work whenever I want, and it's
You
I
mean
almost posted guards to my house, but
actually, maybe I'm being overcautious, but it wouldn't be bad to have somebody looking after your door at least. Do you know alarm? Even?
my house is suitably defended. As much as the company seemed to forget, I am still a member of the Gemstone Guard. I know how to blow a shit up if I need to.
That's the way I met you. You were blowing shit up. So was I.
Oh, that project's also moved forward, you know.
How's it?
Going to first trial of mass production. Well, as mass production as you can go with these things. By which I mean, we're making 3 at once instead of 1. But you know how it is, formulas got refined, and accuracy has gone up, and all sorts of things the soldiers get very excited about.
Seems like you're building a different kind of war.
Well, word on the street and all that.
You didn't.
You should go.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
No.
Really, Enzo's gonna be snickering all sorts outside.
I have stuff to tell you later, but it can wait.
Alright.
Be good.
I'll try and find a day. If you're in the city, let me know.
I don't know how long we'll be here, but
I have a lot of holiday built up.
if we're gonna leave, I'll make sure to send you before we do. So.
Okay.
And thanks for
No, I'll see what I can do with the carpet.
Yeah.
Tell Enzo it's in good hands.
The best.
Yeah.
Soren scuttles up the stairs before he can do anything else embarrassing.
Mm.
Are you all leaning against the door and listening?
No. It'd be funny. You go to the door and it's locked. We've locked you in there.
Is the door locked?
No.
No,
Okay.
it's open.
Alright, yeah, Soren shuffles
You
upstairs
leave.
and can I lock the door behind me?
Lock the door behind you.
Yeah.
Sure.
I will lock the door behind me as I leave.
I will briefly. Me and Vigil have a brief conversation upstairs, which is only to fill Vigil in character about we're being followed by someone, and I describe that thing, which Lucy already knows.
Okay.
Or rather than that, we're being followed. You know what I mean? I tell her this. I tell Vigil this story.
Alright. I guess you guys are waiting outside.
Idly chatting.
Yeah. Soren comes out and then kind of reaches behind, locks the door behind him. Right, so, sleep? Please? Perhaps?
Yeah. I can't do the fly thing again.
We can just walk, frankly. Or I can fly us back one at a time, but I don't think that's really...
There's a strait in the way. You can fly back, and I will ask Vigil for a short run. No, I'll fly on your broom, and
Okay.
Vigil can...
Arian roll with us.
Oh, yeah.
And I
Okay,
think-
Vigil carry... Bag of holding time. No, Vigil carry the lightest person, which is either me or her. Probably her. And I'll sit on your broom and let's go get some sleep.
Alright. Flying arrangements are made. We head back to the Sheen.
Perhaps that's a good time for a break. as we
I
are-
think so. Yeah, we'll pick up. Also, let's give
Oh.
Lucy a chance to come back.
You haven't played 2.5 hours.
And Kitten's a chance to.
I
run
need to take him
rampant
back downstairs.
with his legs.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so we will pick up. There'll be a brief scene at the Floridian Sheen. And then a discussion of what the future holds, I think.
Indeed.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Alright. Well, we'll be back in a minute. Be good. Don't kill anybody. Or if you do, hide the body. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm really tired. We'll be back in a minute, probably 20, 30-ish, 25-ish, somewhere in there. And we'll see you then.
Running a little bit low, try and keep it.
I think those are the right audio sources. Hello, we're back. Party
Hello.
has gotten back to Sunday Cocoon after a 5-month cliffhanger. We're alive. And Tassels, our beloved carpet, is in the hands of our favorite alchemist, Elza.
Under repair.
Under repair. It is about 3:30 in the morning. We're headed back to the inn.
Yeah. So, as I said before the break, there will be a brief scene at the inn before discussions turn into a more probably a longer form storytelling. When you get to the Sheen, you arrive, you enter, you're greeted by the night manager. Vigil, you've already actually done all the busy work that needs to be done here.
Yeah.
Rooms are waiting, offers you the keys. Goes a masseuse and the bath are waiting for you, Mr. Vigil.
Good, thank you.
Nice.
Yes,
In
I
fact,
figured the wings could use it after such a time.
I believe the masseuse is here for all of you. They are waiting in the back room.
All of us.
I did. Yes, I will be there in a second.
Right, with you momentarily, yes.
Alright.
Just gets on the hairpiece and just goes, well, this is probably not the masseuse.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess
also,
this is absolutely
Yeah.
not the masseuse.
I
Yeah.
don't know what this is, but I guessing someone's here to meet us secretly.
Alright. Did you
Vigil
get a
nods.
chance to see what they looked like?
The masseuse?
Yeah.
Oh, we have spared no expense. It is describes a beautiful elven woman with sunlight blonde hair and eyes as blue as a spring sky.
So starts
Crackles
walking.
like the stars.
Wow.
And he's still going on. He's doing the sales pitch for how amazing everything the floating gene does is as you walk away.
Yep, thanks. Thank you. Just try to see if there's anybody we knew. Thank you very
Right,
much.
Right before I walk through the door or whatever, to make sure we're not stepping in the trap, I will ghostly gaze and see through the walls.
You could do
Okay.
that.
There is a figure in the room. There is a single person waiting in a room. You kind of get pointed to, kind of go through the baths. And yeah, it's a room. Some tables are set up. They're sort of stood there with their arms crossed, waiting, tapping a foot.
Can I tell from just an outline? Is someone familiar to us?
Appears to be an elven woman as described.
An elven woman? So my eyes go white as I see through walls, and then I get on the horn. It's an elven. It's not a trap. Just one person. It is an elven woman.
Yeah, but magic and illusions and stuff. Can your thing see through that?
In theory.
Yeah, but just wondering, you know.
Look, at the end of the day, I think more than all of us are prepared to deal with whatever the fuck this is anyway.
I mean,
Oh, I'm
I'm
not worried. I'm just curious.
pretty tapped, so you know.
I have a sword.
I've
It'll
got
be
a
fine.
ringing headache and a massive need for a bed.
It's alright, if it's a problem, it won't be a problem in a few minutes.
Fair enough.
I teed up Elsa for you, but you, I guess, are not interested.
It's not really like that, you know.
Okay.
I mean, I like her, I do, but I barely know her.
When the world's finished being fucked, maybe cafes kind of a thing.
But no, like when things are more calm and I can actually like spend time to get to know her and like understand her as a person, yeah, maybe, but I mean she's a fascinating intellect and she's very pretty, but I don't know her.
Yeah, when the world stopped being fucked, I imagine Brylan was more your speed.
Well, I
Fair
mean,
enough.
it's sort of complicated. I don't know, I'm not really... Soren just kind of trails off and turns red.
I won't interfere with your love life, Soren. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm not pushing, I'm just,
Oh, it's kind of you. Thank you. But
There's a mutter in Sylvan from Glimmer of what there is of it, really.
hey,
What? That's...
Oh, damn.
You have plenty of
Owned by the
potential. I'm
cow.
just saying that you could, push yourself a little bit more.
Oh, damn.
I don't mean it as an insult, Soren. You just have your head in the
Vigil
books
opens
a
the
little
door.
much. Sorry, if I'm honest, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
I just
Okay.
reach down and ruffle his feathers.
Oh.
Yeah, it's alright. I know what you meant. You're trying to take care of me. I understand. Thank you.
Who opens the door?
Vigil.
By
Yeah,
the way, I would
I
just like
take a
to,
step back.
I would just like to congratulate Rune on the pronunciation of calm. That was exceptional.
Thank you.
Yeah, open the door. There is he described.
You're kind of rustling a thing. We can.
Oh, sorry, I was fidgeting with the thing. My
No
bad.
worries.
Yeah, the pre-described beautiful Elven maid in the kind of at least robe in the colours of the Floridian sheen waits with a delicate smile like the petals of a summer bloom. Of course, I was told you'd be coming.
I walk in and with a giant grin on my face, I say, "We didn't order a massage."
Well, you're rather direct, aren't you?
I think Divine Smite. Oh, Divine Sense.
What?
Divine
Say.
sense?
Yeah.
There is nothing other than Glimmer the Fae.
I just shoot a glance towards Glimmer and then look back towards the person.
One, I believe your friend, not say your friend, she goes, one, Vigil here did order a masseuse.
One down.
And two, come on, least you could do is play along.
Where are you?
Sorry, really.
Oh, come on.
With a crack, she grabs a towel and whoosh, and so you get a little flick on the butt. She got it lashed out to you and hit you on the butt with a towel. As she drops the illusion and it's Sarai.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah. Less sleep complained.
Hello, Soraya.
I mean, you messaged me like an hour ago.
And you snuck into our inn and pretended to be a pretty elven girl.
Well, I know the night manager, and
You
I don't wanna be
literally
mean to
could have
anyone in
just
public.
sent a message and met us in
I
our
could, but
rooms.
I couldn't have smacked hands on the arse, could I?
I mean,
You know, I understand you. Even if your brother
Oh, sorry
does
if that broke any concentration or anything.
right, what do you want?
Good.
I mean, it's good to see you, but what do you want?
Well, there was actually a masseuse on the way, so can't talk for too long. But you mentioned there was a bit of trouble over at the Forge Linguistic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that you?
Yeah.
Partly. I would be obtuse with you. Peacock business is peacock business. I can't really talk too much of the details. But what I can say is the fella that got shot wasn't mine. The dodgy fellas hanging about the place, they were us. I've called them off for a few weeks now. There was a job put out, good money, retrieve various things from the workshop. Interested party. We saw the money. I couldn't really find a good way of turning it down and explaining it back to the directors back home, but I said non-violent. We went and took a look around, decided it was too dangerous, and well, tried to discourage any competition. But fella got shot. We don't know who he was with, who he was part of, but I just thought you should know.
Right.
What does this have to do with a forge?
That's where we were paid to try and break into.
Oh.
But the person who got shot wasn't yours. He wasn't a peacock.
No, I don't think so. Anyway, we've
You-
not that anyone got missing. They might have been working third party for us through a
Broker.
middleman, but
Any
None of the
clue?
folks I've spoken to have.
Blamed him.
No, I've still got ears out on the street, but I think he was an out of towner.
They have the corpse somewhere.
No, I think he got away alive.
Fuck.
We had people watching the building. They described seeing a fella scale the wall, go through a higher floor window, flash of light. There was a crack at something, almost like lightning.
Yeah, he got shot by a gun.
You'll have to explain to me what exactly that is. But fell from the window. Our lad swooped in, tried to grab him before he could get away, and he was gone.
Magic gun or just stealth gun?
I mean, gone.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm half asleep or something. I am not understanding what actually happened.
So, Simon explains that a job was put out into sort of the underground world.
Right, a job was put out to rob the
Forge linguistic.
Yeah, to rob the Forge linguistic.
steal something in particular,
Yeah.
or like just like.
She hasn't said in particular yet.
Interesting. Okay, so the
She
peacocks took it.
initially sent some people to investigate, but knowing that you were friends with Elza made it clear that violence wasn't an option. They determined it was probably a bit too risky, and so she called off the run. But there was a lot of interested parties, so she kept people posted to keep an eye on place and see who else went for it. Just, get what intel she could. They spotted someone make a nearly successful attempt by going through an upstairs window that was left open. But as they were entering the building, there was a flash of light, the crack of thunder. The man flew out the window, slammed into the street. Her agents went to capture the figure, but by the time they got off the rooftops, the figure was gone.
Okay, so what it sounds like is someone wants something stolen from the Forge linguistic. You didn't take the job, and they found other people who did.
Maybe it was an open casting call, so.
And there's plenty of there's probably still Yoranta assassins left over. There's
There's a fair
sorts of
few in the
people.
city. If it was someone from a coon, or it could have been someone that came in for the job, I honestly don't know.
How much was it paying? Were they paying like a lot?
Well, it was about it was about 30 platinum up front or so, and then commission price based on what was taken. They were looking for, well, they defined as objects of experimental nature.
So these are most likely the guns we speak of. I had it in my possession for a bit of time. It was a prototype, and as far as we know, they are moving out of the prototype phase into making more of them, although not that many more. They are essentially it's like an alchemical crossbow. It fires a bullet at very high speed.
Right. Fair.
The thunder you heard is, well, what happens when you shoot one. They are pretty powerful. They pack a punch for a small size.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't see why someone might want to steal it then.
Yeah.
Who was the well, I'm sure they didn't trace it back to them, but do you know anything of the source of this
No. It was sent out through proxy.
Can be tough to find.
Hmm.
We are, as you said correctly, friends with Elsa. In fact, she's currently doing an important job for us, so we don't want her workplace attacked and robbed.
Yeah.
Well, I still got the place under long distance observation.
Keep tabs on it,
I've
perhaps.
got someone I can put up a little shadow veil over the place if you want. Make sure no one else's eyes get in there.
That's a good
Not
one.
like an actual veil of shadow or anything. Just, get some people around.
I understood the metaphor.
No.
Perhaps the forged linguistic is. I turn to to Vigil and Soren. Forged linguistic is. It's more or less like official. It's with the government, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
More or less, yes.
It's government sponsored.
It's owned by a company.
Right.
But essentially operates through government funding.
So it's Raytheon.
Kinda, yeah.
It's part of a developing military complex.
Sure, yeah. The alchemical industrial complex.
Essentially, Elsa is hired. She is a member of the Acunian, or the Aconite military, by being a gemstone guard. Though they are mostly devoted to arcane research. They are technically under the military chain of command. From the Aconite perspective.
It's very complicated politically.
It's a whole thing.
Their tax forms must be a nightmare.
Oh, intentionally. They get a kick out of it.
It's how you entreat the contrati. You give them more bureaucracy.
Exactly. It's how if your god is a god of contracts, how do you make them more powerful? You have really complicated contracts.
God. 40% of occupations at Akun are just lawyers.
Yeah. Yes.
Contract lawyers.
Genuinely, it's what a lot
20
of
more
the
percent are accountants.
It's what the Plaza of Sycophants is mostly for. That entire district is like the legal district.
That's pretty fun.
And it's just lawyers running into the Palace of Eyes, being like, "I've got 4413Bs, Alpha Delta, please." What was I looking for? I've got a little forge.
Shadow Veil.
Forge.
Maybe what you're thinking of with the guns.
Imagine you live in a place.
I'm
called
so
the
glad
Sycophants,
old
though.
me went and made a spreadsheet that I can filter alphabetically for this shit. Oh, it doesn't actually say. Fuck.
Because I was thinking, while you find that, Owen, I was thinking if it's a
Oh,
government.
it's the Divinello family. They run an alchemical refinery conglomerate, and they work with the government in the sense that they've kind of got Elsa as their prime consultant / scientist / engineer. So she's working with a bunch of companies at the Forge Linguistic as an R&D department, essentially.
Because I don't want to make a bunch of your agents do this job for, well, you're not getting paid right now or doing anything really. However, if it is a government business and we can say to the council, hey, we have reason to believe there's a threat, they will pay you to protect it, to guard it. You can essentially be hired guards for a bit. Doesn't have to be anything official.
No, I think we'll keep our noses clean of dirty money from the government.
That's a bit rich, but alright.
Hey, we earn our money through honestly dishonest labor.
Right. Through selling gems for 10 times their price.
Fake gems.
Oh, sorry, knows about that.
Oh, these walls are very soundproof. For massages.
Oh, no, I know. That's why I'm here.
Well, I had a
But
hunch
yes,
given
no, we
that
have multiple schemes. But...
Mum tried to raise someone from the dead with a diamond, and it didn't work.
Ooh. Yeah.
That's a problem.
But it's not my problem.
Well, to be honest, I kind of agree with Soraya. I get that it's shitty, but like, if you're casting a Raise Dead, isn't there some sort of spell or way you could verify if your diamond is real? Come on.
It's not the sort of thing that
That's
clerics
not a
normally...
bad idea. We should open a. We need to get in on the. What's the term for it? What do they call
What
them?
is the
People
term,
that
yeah?
assess gemstones and.
I get this is funny to all of you, but it actually is destabilizing the political environment of Tessel.
Is it?
Yeah, she's had a fallout with the king, and he's usually used to look to her for advice, but now he's allied with the fucking Cavoli.
Oh, shite.
Dominoes and dominoes and dominoes.
You're making me feel slightly bad.
I genuinely can't see how this is. Okay, whatever.
The person she was trying to resurrect was the king's cousin or daughter or something, somebody related to him that he cared about, and she wasn't able to help them.
I understand, and I would like to once again mention that if you're performing an expensive ritual that requires a very expensive reagent, then perhaps verify that this is actually the thing you bought. That's kind of common sense.
It's never been a problem before.
Well, then I guess clerics are easy marks. It's not our fault.
I'm just going to cast a little bit of diffuse tension here. Look. I'm happy to look after your friend. I don't need money for it. Any information we learn is valuable to us anyway. I can justify it to the higher-ups. I just wanted to keep you in the loop. Save you days of going around investigating.
That's perfect. I appreciate it. That's why I messaged you immediately when I heard the news, because I thought you would probably know.
So, well, I won't stop you from getting your massages. Or,
Oh, you're not actually the masseuse?
well, it can be if you're paying.
Damn good.
I'm gonna be honest, Soren. My offer wasn't really directed at you.
That would be a little odd. Regardless, Vigil stretches, wings go out a little bit as well.
No, the amateur they have here will be here in no time, and I don't think you could afford me. And with that, gives an impish grin and swaggers out of the room.
Okay. Yeah, I just nod goodbye at her.
As she's going through the door, she goes, "Oh, and Soren,
Hmm.
should I let Ma'am know that you're back all right, or I know I forget where you're standing with her. Are you in the good books, bad books?
I have no idea.
I'll let her know you're safe."
If you like.
And she ducks out.
Maybe let her know. I mean, I'm sure she's figured it out. But let her know that there are counterfeit diamonds around. You know what I mean?
Might be best to ensure those going to religious organizations are legitimate. I mean, that might harm your bottom line. It might help to keep a few people alive. Just a matter of thought. Might cause undue attention if suddenly they trace things back. Might be hard to find, but it's not impossible.
It's true.
Look,
Pissing off the king of the cell is one way to get the whole business shut down real quick, maybe.
I'll see what I can do. This is honestly, it's a gig going above my pay grade, but
Pass it along.
Dominoes and dominoes.
What was that guy's name that I met in Tessel? The freaking Taliesin?
Taliesin, yeah.
Yeah, pass it along to Taliesin, perhaps.
Sure. Now, well, shame there's no second takes in real life. I was quite fond of that exit, but no.
God, you're such a bard.
Well, I try.
Go on, have your dramatic exit.
Vanishes.
Wow, that was actually dramatic.
And so you
admire the
recognize
fire.
that she cast Dimension Door.
Nice. Is that a bard spell?
I think so. Stanley had it.
Oh, okay.
I think
I
you
had it
can.
on
If
shade,
not,
yeah.
you can take it with.
Bard's
Bardic
Oh yeah,
Secrets.
that's true. That's true. Bards get that shit. That's a cool feature, by the way. I wish they
Okay. And so, with that,
Oh.
Right. I'm going to bed.
Good call.
We need it.
I'm gonna get this tension drawn out, then I'll be up. And then I have to... I don't know. This is gonna be weird. I don't know how I'm going to sleep with this.
You figure it out.
So wait, is this your first night with wings?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's
Wait.
the second night with wings, isn't it? I thought the first night was heal and then...
I think we got to the house and we rested there.
Yeah,
After
and I
you
cast
got your
regen the morning before
the
we went
morning.
out. Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, so
Yeah.
this is first
the
night with
same
wings
day.
and with mantle. Oh, sleeping tonight is gonna
Hey,
be
What if you got, like,
strange.
2 hooks and just put them under your armpits like the guy in The Expanse? Maybe
I've never seen that, so I have no idea.
that's the
Mm.
torture.
a
Yeah.
gentleman enters the room, ducking.
Mm.
You recognize him as a Goliath.
Hmm.
He steps in and goes, I understand. Someone here booked a early morning massage.
That would be me.
You hear every knuckle kind of pop and crunch. Goes, just the one?
I believe so.
Well, I mean, would you like me to leave it up privacy? I mean,
We're leaving.
your friends can watch
Yeah.
if they like.
I walk out and assess that his thumb is probably the size of my wrist. And
Oh yeah.
Especially now.
Same as Orin.
You got a wrist like a Richmond sausage at this point, to be honest.
or strength. Or strength.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, you can see he politely steps aside and lets you leave the room.
Mind the wing membranes, please. They're brand new. That's a weird sentence. I'm
I-
sorry.
I mutter to Soren as we leave. I almost want to watch, but I don't know.
I mean,
Right then. What's the cause of the fatigue? You look like a fighting type. Are we talking is this exercise, combat, long distance exertion, short distance? Are we talking, were you lifting?
three.
Were you... Yeah? Alright.
So, like, Vigil goes over the list of shit that has
Yeah.
happened. A lot. Like, just a
No.
lot.
I mean, if I'd taken invisibility today, I'd cast it on you just to.
Where's your pain
curiosity's sake.
threshold?
Oh boy.
Good. Very high.
Did we hear that as we're leaving?
Cool. And I'm just going to ask, only due to the hours, but I'm assuming this is a straight up massage, not wanting any funny business.
No, it's a massage. I want to sleep.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, not really quite this kind of thing I do, but
No, I was here for a
some
massage. If I
other
wanted
people
more, I
you
would have said
believe
more. It's fine.
absolute
Mm.
Fucking hedonites.
He'll
I'm
break
not
your
a-
back in a different way.
Alright.
Believe me, I am not remotely subtle. I lack the capacity for innuendo, and 9 times out of 10, when I say things, I mean them straight. So,
Yeah, it's
Feel free
innuendo,
to-
not individual.
fuck you.
Wonderful. Well, if you could slide down on the table,
Yeah.
I'll start working on you from behind, and then we'll
Oh my god.
Wow!
move up to the shoulders.
Yeah. Oh,
And
God.
what I'm going to do, he starts talking through the whole process. He kind of
Yeah,
starts
yeah.
from the base and the spine, moving up to the
Yeah.
muscles and the shoulder, but fucking stiff. Uses polished stone balls to kind of rub and roll muscles, and it does fucking hurt at times. But by the time he's done, and he has an expert hand, he explains, "Don't worry, he's done. He's up to class 3 on working with
Mm.
winged creatures. Done a special
Individuals.
course."
Yeah.
He's a well-trained masseuse, and like to the point, he's more of a physiotherapist.
Yeah.
And kind of, talks you through and takes care, and you get a genuine high-quality aftercare massage for all your combat and training with the wings. I realised how that sounded as I said it.
Phrasing!
Hell yeah.
And he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
There we are.
That's what
That's
we
the
like.
scene. Yeah.
Yeah. Mitchell returns to the room, just goes, bed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Incredible.
So, with that in my head, the image is kind of this, sky suddenly quicken across the sky, and the dawn rises, and the camera pans up to look skyward as we zoom out, both literally and figuratively.
Mm.
It seems to me that in terms of immediate concerns, there is nothing pressing, and that our brave heroes, other than the carpet,
There's one thing perhaps we
there
totally
is one
forgot.
thing perhaps.
1010.
Oh yeah, he's
Maybe
come
just-
house.
I gave 1010 a room here and told him
Oh,
to put
just
it on
hanging
the
out
couch.
at the machine.
Oh,
Okay.
you did.
Yeah.
So you did. Okay, cool. Our heroes might
Heroes.
have, for the first time in a long time, some actual breathing space.
First time in a long time, some downtime.
Whilst there are, rumours of movements and shadows, events, the world continues to bubble, as it were. Yes, a long rest for all.
Woo!
The longest
Yeah.
of rests. An extended rest could be taken. We could chill
Perhaps-
for a week.
Perhaps a scene of us talking about all the things that just happened before we actually move into downtime,
Go for it.
and like our next
Okay.
steps.
Vigil pops up after the massage, then just pops up and just goes, ugh, and then
I'm
goes to
asleep
sleep.
by that point.
And
Yeah,
in the morning, yeah.
wake up.
That's
Groggy.
probably waking up around midday.
Yeah.
With a long rest.
Vigil wakes up at 10 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. That's how tired he was.
Oh.
Woof.
How long
Pushing
did we
the
spend
boat.
flying through the maelstrom? It was like a couple days, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Flying through the maelstrom, which would have been disorienting and probably mentally tiring.
Vigil's got that bone deep exhaustion, The fuck.
Oh, and we had that whole we had to like do shit special to cast spells in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We couldn't breathe. One of us had to maintain an air bubble, right?
It was
So,
Glimmer.
like, it was like we were on a 3-day spacewalk.
Mm-hmm.
In one day. Jesus fuck. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think we rested, but like, yeah, it was a hell of a trip. So wake up, do morning stuff.
Ugh. My head.
Oh, I'm feeling better than yesterday, that's for sure.
Hard to top yesterday in terms of exhaustion.
I was out by the time you came back. Did that guy break your back in half?
No, but he did a fantastic job. I actually slept very well. What time
What
is
kind
it?
of job?
7 a.m.?
Oh, never mind. I see.
But no, not... No. He mentioned the wings weren't doing too badly. The things seem to be doing fine. Soren did a grand job. Soren, are you awake?
He is actually not there.
Oh, shit. I got the horn. Soren, you're
Yeah.
around. Where are you?
What do you want?
I was wondering where you are.
On the roof, why?
I was just wondering where you are. It's the morning afterwards. A lot of shit happened.
What, do you need me or something?
No, I was just wondering where you were, and a lot of shit happened when we arrived back. I wondered if you disappeared to go do something or something.
Soren drops down off the roof and taps on the nearest window to their room.
Wow,
Open.
just above us.
Hello. I
Hello.
drop into the room.
Oh, not like
Hi.
you to be the first one up.
I couldn't really sleep all that well. I mean, I got some sleep, but
I guess that is like you.
not on my mind.
Yeah. Want to get some breakfast? Talk about all that shit.
Yeah.
Should we get it up here?
Yeah, I'll order.
Yeah, no, I don't want to go downstairs yet.
Yeah, good idea.
And so go downstairs. Puts on a bathrobe to go downstairs. and then orders breakfast for all of us to our room.
This guy's self-bathrobe.
I'll also say, hey, there's a dwarf named 1010. Here's 10 gold for his tab.
Yeah, no, 1010's like. Thanks.
I get it.
Right.
10 gold.
Angle
This
for
is
10.
the fanciest living he's ever experienced, and yeah, you find him lounging in his bed with his own kind of order to bed breakfast, and he's just like, I can see myself becoming an adventurer like you. Oh, this is the life.
Well,
This is like
the part where we earn a lot of gold involves almost dying over and over, so consider that.
yeah.
Oh,
You
no, I just went through something that I think's going to scare me and give me nightmares for the rest of my life, but
Has Soren showed you
Interesting.
some of his scars?
Do you want to see them? They're really impressive.
It's pretty gnarly.
I just
Good.
pull
Good.
up. I pull up my left sleeve so you can see the kintsugi stuff all the
Oh,
way down
yeah,
my
it's-
arm and
oh, I
my
forgot about
chest.
that.
Of that.
I ain't gonna just focus on enjoying my breakfast and think happy thoughts.
My
So-
body was broken glass for a bit, and that's not a metaphor.
I literally lost my arm.
Alright, fine, I'll be a carpenter.
I've also almost died. I think 10 times at this point, maybe 15.
I had my wings removed about 20 years ago and Soren
Yeah,
grew them back.
reach into the quiet. I'll make a boat
A half dragon
And
almost
settle
ate one of our
for
brains.
porridge.
Yeah, that was fun. That was not fun.
God's above.
Anyway, enjoy your breakfast. It just smirks who's fucking in the room.
Is Ariel still floating around, or did she get her own room? Did she leave?
She's still floating around.
Okay. I won't bother her. I'll just give her some space.
Okay.
Okay, so breakfast arrives.
Mm.
So a lot of things happened there. Mostly good for us, which is a nice change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we have a lexicon.
He
Yeah.
just has eating a sausage, just
Is it in you? Is it in your armor? Is it your vocabulary?
I think I'm the latter. At the minute.
What can you
It's-
do?
I don't know is the honest answer.
Alright, do you mind if I get an identify spell on that?
Go nuts.
You
Go
should
for
you
it.
should go play around with it because like I mean I don't have you've seen what Saranella can do or the Drow Queen, like this shit is.
Yeah, you're
And also if
had
you don't have
time, though,
control of
didn't
it, then no, I'm not saying you should be able to do that now, but I'm saying perhaps that is in store for you. And moreover, perhaps if you can't control it, really bad things are gonna start happening. I mean it's well, you know.
I mean, it's a sentient magical artifact. I don't necessarily know about.
When it was out of control over there, the whole fucking calamity formed.
That's the first order of business, actually.
Yeah? Cool.
No, I need to check on the calamity. I don't even know if I can scry on it. I can't scry on the ordered house.
Do ascending on wait, who stayed behind? A lot of the people.
Who's the head anarch?
Or the girl.
I forget that anarch's name.
Hold on.
Anna? You could try Anna, or you could
Anna
try.
was the siren. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, she's a siren? I didn't actually know that.
I was the singing before.
Sojourner stayed behind there.
Actually, Sojourner's probably the. I don't know his actual name though.
Adaya is the elderly Zerai monk, who is the leader, I believe.
Adaya, yeah.
Well, presumably the Slarty have nothing to gain from being there anymore.
That's
Even
a
if they
Good
are aware.
question. Also,
They might have been banished like us
Maybe.
to their home plane.
that's a good point. There's nothing
They're
to
not
stop them
wrong,
from
huh?
coming and trying to track us again as well, so
It's true.
probably anticipate that.
They weren't that scary, frankly.
One of them was.
The time one was fucked up in all many ways.
Yeah, it completely resisted my magic and.
Wait, did you say time one?
Yeah, no, one of them got, like, we killed one of them, right? And then it turned, like, white or something.
Death Slud. It turned into a Death Slud.
And it could.
Had, like, a
Completely
time effect.
No, Given this was like yesterday, essentially.
Yeah.
You killed the Death Slad, or seemed to, but from inside it, a white slad ripped its way out of its body.
The other way.
Seemed to both of them recognized you all, and it was immune to Soren's localized time manipulation.
That's weird. But we didn't kill it. We just escaped the fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't remember any details of the fight.
You
so
beat it because I think it made a bunch of duplicates of itself.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you managed to blow up most of them and give the creature a ruddy good showing. But yes, you escaped before finishing it off. Given it's surrounded by a bunch of very mean-looking friends.
That's the only one I'm really concerned about. That white one.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, how high does it rank in the ladder of things that are out to kill us? Not very, right?
I don't know. Never seen one like that before.
I guess I don't know either, but I assume compared to some of them.
I mean, there's also the fact that I just broke my pact with.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's gonna.
Yeah.
That can't be possibly anything that happens bad later, I'm sure.
Do you think, is it Mephistopheles? That's the name, right?
Mephistopheles won't be pleased now.
No.
Although I suggest now we have no reason to ever contact him ever again now, though.
We really don't. But I can't get a
Exactly.
spell out of my fucking spellbook or it's gonna destroy the whole thing.
Wait, what?
That's new.
What do you mean?
It's like a time bomb, basically.
Can you cast spells?
Yeah. It's just that the spell that I use to summon his avatar is in my spellbook. Well, actually, I flipped to that page. Is it still there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I see it's still there. And if I try to pull it out, it's going to make the whole thing erupt into flames. And I guess I could go get another one and copy everything down again, but it would take me weeks.
Out of character, which spell are you talking about?
Infernal Calling.
Infernal Calling to summon direct.
Have you like
directly summons
ever?
Pact Ultras.
Yes.
Have you like ever used that since like session 10 or whatever?
Yes.
When?
Yeah.
I used it to summon Altraz / Mephistopheles to, so Vigil could talk to him about what happened to the Kabuli Empire. It's how we know that Kavul was killed rather than.
Yeah, you're right. That was
missing.
about like 20 sessions ago.
It was,
yeah.
yes. Sorry, I live in this world in my head because I'm the note keeper. So like most of this is still pretty fresh because I've been generating notes since then to try and make things easier.
So.
There's a lot of information in this campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
like the spell being gone, it's not that.
So,
a good deal?
why would removing it suddenly engulf it in flames? I mean, should it just text, right? I
No.
mean,
Don't cast that spell again, right?
Well, no, of course not. I'm saying if I wanted to tear it out, he might be able to track me with it or something. I don't know how his magic works.
Oh, I feel like he can find you if he wants to find you. With
Yeah.
with that in your book or not. I mean, he's a pretty high up fiend.
But yeah, but it's the last tether I have to him, and I'd just rather soon be without him.
he needs a way in, though. We've discovered because he couldn't come here unprompted.
I was going to ask, do we know any Diablomancers? And then, oh right.
Yeah, that's the other thing I'm sort of worried about is Donatelli. But
Is there a? Did he have an apprentice? Who's the next most knowledgeable person about fiends that you can maybe consult?
Can I
I think of that? I think it's actually me or somebody at the Myriad Obelisk.
Yeah.
Is there
Find a wizard that knows a lot about fiends and ask them about your predicament.
history
It would
check?
probably be the head of conjuration.
Check. Blue Jay.
That's probably like that would be your downtime activity, but we can just like plan
Blue
it.
Jay was abjuration, no?
Oh, who's conjuration? It was Corian, right?
Coriander.
Corian Griff. Wasn't it? I don't know. I came up with these names literally a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Blue Jay.
Yeah, and they've resided in a document that...
Conjure Este Sodren.
There you go. Thank you.
Don't know who that is.
Oh
Este
yeah, not the
Sildrani.
Archmage, the one that isn't an Archmage.
And is mad about it.
Oh, really?
I think
It's listed under Archmages for me. I probably just took notes wrong.
No, it is. They were supposed to be, but it's political. Don't worry about
Politics.
it.
yeah.
Soren considers them an archmage, so like.
They define Archmage by have you created a 9th level spell that is actually useful for other people to learn. And so far, Este has supposedly created their own 9th level spell, but everyone else deemed them a bit of a selfish prick about it, and decided not to vote to award them the
Wow.
title of Archmage
Jesus.
due to various
The
personal.
the fucking homeowners association of
I was gonna
mages.
say it's the Archmage clique, like
Yeah,
the clique
it is
when I
very
got bounced
political.
in.
But anyway, we need to. I don't even know what we're supposed to do next. Like, there's so many things that are happening in the world, and I don't know which one we're supposed to focus on.
Well, we have one of the lexicons now. That's a good starting point. After that, I guess. I don't know. After that, we can decide. We have time to figure that out, thankfully.
The
What
drow
is
were
the
headed.
situation with the lexicons? Air is in the Drow.
D'Artagnan.
Water is here.
Yes, Earth is here,
Iris could roll.
Earth is here.
and fire is with what's his name? Fuck.
Altus?
No.
Donatore.
Yeah, Donald.
Oh, right, the Cavoli have it
Donatore,
back.
but it's back with Cavol, so.
So,
Right.
so I mean, I feel like that kind of answers our question, because what is the biggest danger right now? The Fire Lexicon and the Cavoli, and they are together.
Well, how do we even broach to begin to tackle that? I mean, we don't know what their next move is beyond trying to summon things. We've thwarted a couple of their attempts to actually gain a hold of another lexicon. We've, in advance, stopped and we've contacted other people, made them aware of the problem. I don't know how we blunt the Cavalier advance with just all of us. At this point, we have to wait for somebody else to get involved as well.
We
This
gather
is-
some information. Karankalex is here, we'll ask him about Cavoli movements and such. We gather information magically as well. We can scry on for example, Diligence or who's the Inquisitor that I fucking hated?
Elusive.
Elusive, yeah. Or Elusive.
Elusive might actually be back now.
I think we know she's back.
Yeah, she is back.
Because my disguise was like they knew about my deception because she came back.
Yeah.
I mean,
So we'll gather info, and then with that info we'll decide what to do with it. But perhaps it's time to travel to the cradle and fucking put them down.
the other thing is that, like, in terms of the souls, just as a
Oh,
global
yeah.
problem, there are multiple parties trying for it, right? So we have the Cavol trying to get them back, but that's also divided between Diligence and the Inquisition. And we have the Veritanians trying to get to it for. I think they're trying to bring back Loth. Their goddess.
Merschel kinda asked me for the souls.
Also Merschulk, yes, as well, but like, I wasn't privy to that conversation. I just assumed giant bounty of souls. We have Mephistopheles doing God knows whatever he's doing to try and get access to them as well. And there's probably people we don't know about who are trying to get to them. So, but the thing is that, like,
Realistically, probably the Cavoli are the most likely ones to get it first. You know what I mean? Like,
right, but didn't Diligence say something about needing all four of the lexicons to even try?
Her theory was that all four of them makes the soul one, and when all four of them make the soul one, she can bring everyone back.
she's not a fucking wizard, though. Like,
No.
should we
matter.
lend any
She-
credence to her theory?
The reason she assumes that is because she has a deal with Zariel, and Zariel would probably know a little more about these things than we would.
Right.
Fiends would never mislead their followers, right?
Not what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is it's a good way to guarantee that she gains power, or at least attempt to get power. She was not a stupid woman under my command.
Zariel
She
is an
was a...
archfiend, and Zariel wants the souls in their grasp, right?
Oh, and Garyon. There was
Okay,
something about Garyon was in
souls-
play as well.
Aren't the souls with
Garyon.
Garyon right now?
No, they're in Limbo before they went to Geryon because of a contractual thing.
Yeah, there was the contract specified Cavol, but not his people. is what Altraz said, or sorry, Mephistopheles.
You can keep calling him Eltras, it's probably easier.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to Beetlejuice the man. I don't know what that means. So, the people who wanted Inquisition diligence, Garion, Mephistopheles.
A lot of archfiends.
Zariel, yeah.
Sure.
And the Veritanians.
And me.
It all kind of points to Kavol and the Fiends, though, doesn't
Yes.
it? Not all the Fiends are on one side, but...
No.
You know.
Biggest amount of there.
Also,
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what
Nichelle
lies with
was
them.
interested in Titania or something. I don't know.
I'm not...
I'm not really worried about that. The Fae can take care of themselves.
I look at my dagger, I have no... Like, legitimately, I'm like, I have no idea how much I can say, but... Well...
So we have a whole bunch of players in play for the fucking souls. And that seems the most apparent threat. I mean, for what it's worth, in terms of Cavoli troop movements and army movements and all of that, we're not big enough to take care of that, and there's whole fucking councils devoted to warfare. I think we need to focus on something else.
I'm not saying... No. We're not flying to the battlefield to wage war on the Cavoli army.
Oh no.
But the right person in the right place can win a war without even engaging the army. You know what I mean?
True.
Off the head and the body will die.
Or at least the
In most
body will...
cases.
Yes.
Cut off the head and then 2 more heads sprout in its place and then try to kill you.
Hail Hydra. No, it's Kavol, not Hydra.
We already fought one of those.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
sucked.
Awful day.
Yeah. Anyway, so I had some plans for how to maybe get the souls back into the world where they belong. But
Was this the boatman plan you were talking to me about before?
yeah. I don't
Before
know
we
if it'll
start
work.
patching more plans, Soren, you've learned a lot of magic in a short time.
Yeah.
Can you move us between planes now?
No.
Okay, so if we want to see these souls ourselves, or if we want to, it's a hypothetical, but if we want to meet Zariel and fuck her up, probably can't, but you know.
Stepping
could-
directly to an archdevil is a bad idea.
Go
Yeah.
back to the Myriad Obelisk and see if anybody knows Plane Shift, and then it would take me several weeks at least to research the spell. I know what it's called, I've heard of it, but I can't cast it. I chose to actually learn some chronomancy instead to help Vigil.
And we kind of know of a... Wait. I think about my card. Hey, Owen, I can cast 7th level spells from my card now.
Oh god, that'll
Oh my god. That's gonna end up in a new plane half dead. Or mostly dead.
I can heal him, but ooh.
How does Throne ignores not Throne, sorry, Ruin ignores material components, doesn't it?
Including the tuning
Ruin.
fork.
We
I
also
can
have
void
a
shift this,
The
tuning
void,
fork.
yes, it would not require a tuning fork.
including costly components. It takes effect. It doesn't even have a long casting time. In an emergency, I think I can get us there, but, well, I don't have to tell you that using this card is risky.
Yeah, there's
I
also
think it's
oof. There's no telling where we'll end up and what plane we arrive in as well.
It's
That's
just...
true.
We've never been there.
I just wanted to assess our, capabilities, so to speak.
Well, we have an option, even if it's not particularly a good one at the minute.
I'd rather do it the right way, but it'll take longer. I mean, I think we've got time. Do we have what?
Don't we know a boatman who...
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
coin,
ferryman, the
right?
coin guy.
Can he
Yeah.
travel us between planes?
Probably.
Is that...
Is that for a price?
For a price, and I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what the price is. Okay, well, honestly, I'd rather pay the price of 14 d10 damage than whatever that price is.
That's fair.
Okay.
I would... Before we make our next move, I would like some time.
But we are in agreement that our next move, our next big move, should be to take on, to research Kavol and perhaps head in that direction.
think so. What was the name of our builder for our castle?
Oh god.
Reggie?
Reg. R-E-J.
Hmm. You should contact Reg, as it were, and see how far the progress has come along. Because if there's a place where we can consolidate efforts and have our own things marshaled, it might not be a bad idea to start there.
I love a coon and all, but you're right. We have a castle, don't we?
We have a castle, we have a mobile fortress. A large defense force at our command. A coon isn't at our command, it's our friend, but it's not at our command.
I pull out my book and Reggie is one of my far scribe targets.
Oh, yeah.
Reggie! Alright, Owen, I hope you're ready to do the voice at 7 minutes to 11 at night.
Yeah, it's right. Don't worry about it.
He's back here, he's fucking...
Where did we find Reggie?
Somewhere
I
very
can't
good, I
remember
think.
where you picked him up, but he was... Was it a coon or
Might have been.
Lovesport?
Builders out of a love sport? I don't know.
I think he might be out of Seoul.
He gets around.
Oh yeah, you know, he got jobs up in a coon, got jobs down in Spadia every now and then. Yeah, me and the crew, we travel.
I'll write a message saying, "Been busy some time. How is Reno going?"
I imagine every sending you send with that sounds like Microsoft Sam.
Doo-doo.
On
It's supposed to be
budget. Ahead of schedule.
I hope you're not lying to me because that sounds too good to be true.
Bit of a political delicate situation. Bit of a delicate political situation, but yeah, it's going grand.
Political with who?
Locals.
Be more specific.
Well, like you said, we shifted this castle of yours up north to the island that I've momentarily forgotten the name of.
Oh my god, I completely remember now! I remember
Yeah.
you said it would be a delicate situation between the people on the island and the people of Spadia because of the contested territory. And we just moved a castle on top of that too.
We're just flying over it, or are we parking in there?
Well, so here's the thing: the lumber there is untouched. There are trees, fucking even the giants can't hug them. And let me tell you, some brilliant construction material. There is some stone in their mills. Be brilliant to quarry. It's just prime real estate for construction. Brilliant. Could have chosen a better island. The problem is the local people ain't so keen on the trading with the outsiders.
The gang does a colonialism.
It's strong-wood. The Spadians have been far more destructive about it. We've been pretty polite. Been offering them fair trade and all sorts. It's a little bit... I'll be honest, it was going well. But the giants did kind of... Well, look, the big lads love a good hunt. And there's been...
Hunt the people?
No. I made it very clear people were off limits. I thought you wouldn't like that.
Okay.
But there's been issues with... A lot of the best stags have gone. The local griffin population's been decimated. It's a bit of an ecological disaster. I'll be honest, it's not really up to code from an environmental impact perspective.
We're not meeting our greenhouse gas emission targets for 2050.
But the actual construction's going great until we run out the current supply of lumber and stone.
Okay. So what I'm
We
hearing
might
here...
need some delicate attention from yourselves to kind of lubricate the process in maybe a week or two, maybe a month.
Yeah.
Also, we're still looking for a good source of metal. We could do with some... There's an iron mine over on there's a Spadian outpost, but they're a bit anal and their prices are frankly ridiculous. So if you got any means of coming out with a fuck ton of metal, that'd be grand.
I passed all of this along to my party in real time.
Stone would be good. Get nice granite. Found a decent supply of lime for the mortar and the plastering.
Wow.
Gonna have to have a conversation about decor at some point.
Wow. This is so detailed. It's almost like our DM knows something about house renovations.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's all going great, really. Let me tell you, those giant lads, I mean, ecological impact aside and all that, pretty fucking useful on a build site.
This is a fantastic update. Keep working, don't piss anyone off. We'll probably stop by in the next week.
On the budget point of view, we are going strong. I mean, this local material supply is great. We're not having to ship anything in any long distance. Wonderful stuff. My only concern is with the local tensions. We may have to resort to hiring of mercenaries to protect the site. Now, I know it's a flying castle, but to load the materials, we have to lower it down to the earth, and it's vulnerable. And I'm just wondering, how invested are you in this project? Because, you know, we can go more long-term with it, but if you're wanting it done soon, especially by winter, we might need a little bit more in the pocket. That's all I'm saying.
We're not hiring mercenaries to kill locals.
No, not kill. Just, protect the landing site.
Don't. I will repeat my request. Don't piss them off. We will stop by in the next week, and we will smooth things over. We are exceptionally good with diplomacy.
Yeah, no, that's what I was open to hear.
Uh-huh.
I have ideas for decor, but that can wait later.
We have
quick question. And he has a spiel of questions about where do you want fireplaces?
So
do any windows added or removed? How do you want to deal with the staircases? Because all the staircases are scaled for huge creatures.
Do you have carpet samples for us? Because
he would have to get back to a supplier for that. If you have teleportation magic, which is still fairly new to him.
I'm thinking beige for the walls. Can you show me a couple color palettes?
Yeah, if you can drop him off in Dustbolt or Raccoon
Sky blue
for
for
a
the
couple of
wizard's
weeks,
tower,
you can
please.
get stuff together. You can get that kind of stuff together for you, but really, yeah.
Can we get a soda stream?
If you can make it down in a couple of weeks, just help duplicate things. Here, I can get the crew working on it. I can then take some time to go get you the samples you need, and we can all get this ball rolling for you.
You need a lot of
If
red
you're
material
lucky,
for tailoring.
if you're lucky, you might even be able to spend midwinter in this castle of yours.
Okay. And can we also get a soda fountain and a ball pit for the wizard tower? Because
What?
I don't know what they are,
Okay.
but
No,
I know a
it's-
guy. I'll see if we can put one in.
Pantone number 86 CFA for the walls.
Pantone? What's that? Shit colour? What's going on?
Just blue, really light blue.
Blue? Really like black sky blue?
Yeah,
Can I send him the word?
Ice blue?
that sky blue.
Sky blue, right, yeah. I've got a paint guy. Well, gal. Right, she does all the colours and the artsy stuff, alright? I just do all the art stuff.
This is just a Skype group call now with everyone in it.
Yeah.
So just relaying
It's
back
fine.
and forth.
Skype
Skype with Rich.
You know what? When you calm down, we'll talk about decor,
I
alright?
closed it
Let's not worry.
Yes.
But
Ding.
fucking son of a bitch.
He came in for a quick check-in and he just realized he's doubled his workload now.
There was whichever room ends up being Enzo's is going to have a really annoyingly rattly window frame.
No.
That's pretty fun. Okay.
Cool. So Reg is weirdly.
Castle
I've been
update.
thinking about Reg a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you
I
are
wonder
renovating a
why.
house.
Yeah.
Well,
We need to see where Tenten and Ariana want to go.
Yeah.
I mean, I can send him just about anywhere, but
I did have that idea, because we didn't used to be able to teleport to Lorak, but maybe now that we've been there and we have a circle, and also maybe if we work together.
I think we probably do it, yeah. Especially if the Terracon's help.
Well, that's very true. The
I
Terracon
have
can
no
also...
idea how I can help, but if I can be some sort of focusing lens, maybe.
We could ask it. And it is sentient.
Finish them and they think of home.
And this thing did actually return us here. I have to wonder how far this thing can go in terms of limitation.
I think the best place for Ariane was probably going to be the Myriad Obelisk. Around wizards, they'll be able to...
Yeah. Maybe they can learn from her. You don't think she knows a kind of, well, I don't want to say forbidden, but what's the word? Unusual. Yeah, she knows an unusual kind of magic. You don't think that's going to be a problem?
I mean, so do I.
And you got kicked out of your school, didn't you?
Yeah, because I thought I was crazy.
So...
But now
I think
that...
she'll be fine.
But Altus knows he was wrong now. Like, we've had the whole discussion about, oh, by the way, time magic actually works.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm gonna have to have a talk with him anyway, and I need to go look up some stuff. I mean, I think while you two go off to the castle, I think I actually might need to go back to the library and get in the stacks again. I've got a lot of work to do.
There's a little problem of this, well, the stuff we talked with Sarai about yesterday. I might actually stay here. Maybe vigil to the castle.
Maybe, yes.
Gonna
I have...
split up for a bit then.
Sounds like we all have some tasks to sort out.
I have a lot of research to do.
Hmm.
And I need to
I
go
can think of...
see if I can help someone.
Right.
That's
I
kind
will,
of vague. Is there something we can help with?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, call on us if you need it.
I'm gonna go see if I can somehow bring Tajikar back.
Alright.
Hey, I have an idea, completely out of character idea that just popped into my head. We have these earpieces. Could we upgrade them? Could we hire a wizard, or an artificer, add a maybe 3 times a day sending to them or something like that? So I don't want them to be infinite range all the time. That's a bit absurd. But just like a message that Vigil can send us.
Well, we decided
Good
sending
idea.
was like a 2-minute phone call now.
So 1 minute phone call.
But it still means Vigil can't contact us.
Yeah,
okay.
that's
Vigil
the
doesn't
main
have a
thing.
sending.
Yeah.
You have a sending.
Buy a sending stone.
I was gonna
Or
say,
you could put
yeah,
Vigil in your
sending
book,
stones.
actually.
But that's still a sending from me to Vigil.
It's Vigil being able to instigate.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
being
Long
able to
range
send us,
communication.
Vigil needs to send us
I
a
mean,
message.
sending stones would be a simple solution. They're not.
Yeah.
I mean, magic items, sort of a template magic item, aren't super common. It would still be a specific thing, but it's the kind of effect you should be able to.
Are we using that fixed money, whatever it's called?
I have no idea
Yeah,
what's going
I'm
on.
using that as a template.
Prices.
It's
Okay.
still not perfect. They seem to overvalue and undervalue certain things, but
Are we supposed to be on a black screen, by the way?
I want to
Oh.
say sending stones are 2k,
no,
right?
it's the world map. It's just
Sending stones are 2k.
fighting again.
Do we want to split some party gold and buy a pair of sending stones for 2k?
Sure.
If that's
Okay.
if that's available, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, your friend's a Palmier, right? He's kind of
Look at that.
tapped into the whole auction network. He can.
Do we
he
have
can
party
sort you
gold
out.
or no?
No, I don't. I think most of you don't have much money left after the castle, right?
I've got
I have-
2,200 gold, or 1,200 gold. So,
I've got 3k.
I don't know what I
Oh.
spent mine on. Yes, I do.
What?
I think it's because they're still massively in debt to you, Vigil.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
I have been keeping track of that. I do actually have a thing that says Vigil is owed.
how much do I owe you?
16.9k for Gold Castle renovation.
Are you sure?
Oh yes, I did keep track of that. The big
My
money
notes say-
at least.
My notes very confusingly say this.
Where are you putting it?
In Discord.
Enter real estate mogul.
Yeah.
I
Which
think that's how much you spent.
that's probably how much I think that's how much of a stake. I think that's our stakes in the castle.
Okay.
or something like that.
Either way, like, at the minute, I've got down in my thing that says I've got this exact thing in my extra section, which is this.
I legit feel like I paid you, but
Nope.
I don't know. Okay.
Not for that
I
one.
think you did pay off a chunk of it.
That's why it's lower.
It used to be more.
I think so. Yeah. I remember taking a chunk off of it.
I might have paid you and then taken a loan right back. All right.
I think you are onto it there. I think you did clear it, but then immediately asked for more money because you wanted to buy something for like 6k.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I own this. I think I own most of the castle technically, but I owe you money.
Yeah.
Either way,
Anyway.
the easiest thing is gonna just be to have Palmyra find some sending stones for Vigil.
Yeah.
Let's pay 667 gold each, and get a pair of sending stones and connect.
Oh, it's gonna be a pain in the dick to do.
Connect me, either me and Vigil or you two.
600 and what now?
667.
Okay.
I'm having to tally up my gold 1 second, because mine's split between platinum and silver
Alright,
and gold.
577. Alright, there we go. Yep.
Oh no, I did divided by instead of minus.
Yeah, but Soren will bag up the platinum and slide it over the table.
100 platinum is 1,000 gold, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
This is why I don't keep my gold in individual coins.
Minus what? 66 what? Sorry?
667. 2k divided by 3, 667.
525 left. Cool.
What do you think is the better sending stone pairing? Vigil and me or Vigil and Rune?
I would say Vigil and you, because
Me, because
I have sending.
you have
Yeah.
sending and I have the book and I can contact
Also,
people.
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
I'll put that in my inventory now.
Okay.
Sending stone.
So we source a
Send-
pair of sending stones sometime during the week, I guess.
I technically have the sending stone to Caranculix as well. I am the... Yeah. Hello, this is... E87.
Auxiliary comms guy.
Virgin Radio, yeah. And so I have a sending stone to Vigil now. Sick.
If you call me at 1 AM, I'll kill you.
You won't find me, but yes.
I
Like that.
need to have a brief chat with Ariana to see where she wants to go from here.
You go do that.
But it seems like we're splitting up for a bit after this, yeah?
For a
Might
bit.
be.
Right.
But
We're all in contact, and two of us can teleport anywhere.
That's
But
true. But, you know, I mean, like, we're not going to be in the same physical space. I mean, we've been together for the last, 7 months at this point?
we're not gonna be in the same city for... Yes.
Like a week. Wow.
A little while.
Whoa, the horror.
How will I be able to sleep without the company of your snores?
Hey, Enzo actually won't mention this, but out of character, any of you want any cards? I have fucking 5 cards on
I
me.
can't use them.
You can't use any of them yet.
Mm-mm. No, they fuck up my spellcasting.
They're all too restricted for you guys.
There. For me, anyway. I don't know about Vigil.
I'm already at max attunement slots.
Yeah, the cards do take attunement slots. Is a bit
I
of
know
a
you can
problem.
attune to multiple at once, but the thing is, my current things are Skull Dome Shield, fucking Relentless Endurance, I'm keeping that. Mage Eater's Half Plate because it's really fucking good. The Spire's Murmur and fucking Rahima.
I also kind of want to be the card master. You know, I mean, it's just like I like the flavor of that. So
Very much Enzo plays MTG.
Enzo will start tuning to more cards, Owen.
Okay.
I'll
Thorn.
start with Throne.
Soren goes to go find Arian roll.
Okay.
Before you, yeah, oh shit, wait. Yeah, I'll do that when you get back. When you get back, I'll ask for a portal to the fucking castle, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
And do
Yeah.
some
I
delicate
can
diplomacy.
take you to the castle. I have teleport, say circle.
Was that a throne?
I'm now barred from divination, which is, I think identifying tongues for me, which is 2 spells turned
Dry.
off.
Scrying.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a bit of a problem.
You might have to give the ball to someone else if you're doing that.
I'm technically not attuned to the Eye of Memnor anyway. Does anyone want the Eye of Memnor?
I can make use of it. Or
Yeah,
Vigil
you
can.
It
It
is
might
an
be- it might-
attunement. It's also an attunement slot.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if I'm staying in the same place and practicing, it might not be a bad idea. Also, having the Eye of Memnor attuned to me whilst I'm around the castle might be a good idea.
Okay, I am
Actually,
handing
something-
you the Eye of Memnor.
I will put it in my inventory right now.
Yeah, because I can cast Scrying on my own, and I've got tricks to make it harder to resist. Which
True.
sounds bad, but you know what I mean.
Okay, so I will get my Shard of the Ice Rune back from 1010 and reattune to it.
I'll tell Tenten he can keep the cast off half plate. I can always find another.
1010,
Okay,
you can
very
keep the
quick.
Trident of Fish command.
Arianril
Fucking
has the Rod of the Storm Exchange.
At some point,
Mm.
Tenton's going to save the day.
Well, yeah.
I
will,
don't know
he'll-
when or how, but he's going to come in riding a blue whale, and it's going to be sweet.
Didn't
He
I
will-
try
Although
to
I
use...
guess a whale is technically not a fish, so
Oh my god,
I
yeah.
think it has to be an underwater creature with a swim speed, so... Or beast or something.
Okay.
sorry, you're saying?
He
Uh,
will
I was
cast-
saying, wasn't there a giant shark and I failed to swim to fish command it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was, but that's because it was a fiendish
Sekaloa
shark.
thing, wasn't it? It was like Sekaloa's avatar or some shit.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go on.
So, Soren is going to find
Arianril.
Arianril. Cool. Yep, she is in her room reading.
I'm a polite boy. I tap on the door.
Come in.
Slip in. I've left Glimmer behind, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know where he's off doing bird things. The plan currently for the three of us is, Vigil's going up to the castle to resolve some stuff. Enzo's staying here to do some investigative work, and, I'm headed back to the obelisk, and I wanted to know where you wanted to go.
Obelisk is the Flying School of Wizardry, which you
Yes.
studied at, I believe.
The Myriad Obelisk, yeah.
Perfect, I'll be coming with you.
Oh, alright. I didn't really expect that you'd want to, but...
Well,
I'm gonna try something probably really stupid while I'm there. And I wanted to consult with you first before I did it because it concerns you.
right.
Other
Make
me,
me nervous, on.
other me turned into an Aleph. And they have him there. And I'm gonna try and bring him back. So the two of you can leave. I don't know how yet. But all this magic's gotta be good for putting something to right.
Nothing's still alive.
Yeah. Now, if you don't want me to, I won't. But this is my fault that this happened. So I've got to make it right. And the two of you can get off this stupid fucking plane. Leave all of this behind. Leave it to the rest of it. You've earned your happy ending, I think. And if I can give it to you, I will.
I'm going to be disturbingly and frankly honest with you, Soren.
Okay.
My plans no longer concern this cycle.
Are you leaving?
And in truth, what you do here is up to you. If I can,
I don't blame you.
I think I know enough of the theory. I have you to ask if anything that might escape me.
I also had another thought about all of this. Is that I give you back the treatise and you take it off this plane. Just let the knowledge be forgotten. I don't think we're supposed to be able to do this. I don't think mortals are supposed to have this kind of power. I'm certainly the wrong person for it.
according to other you, I wrote that book half a dozen times. There's no removing it from the world now, but perhaps temporarily for now I could whisk it away.
Oh.
Though I understand it was locked up in a library several miles underneath the surface of the ocean, when no one was supposed to be able to get to it. Except for you, of course.
Sphinx let me take it. He said he prefers the version of the world that happens when I do.
Yeah, Tasuka said the same. I can take it off your hands if you wish. I wouldn't mind having wild notes back. I may have forgotten something.
I would lose a lot of power. A lot of my capability to take care of people and make things right, but I don't know that it's mine to begin with.
In truth, I don't know if it's mine either. I gotta claim ownership of a book I've already written several times, again and again.
If you're not staying here, what are your plans?
Personal.
Alright. Did you want me to try to bring him back to you?
I don't think you can. And if you do, he will find me.
What the fuck use of all this? What is it? Why?
Why what?
Any of it. They're all concerned about the souls in the tower and the demons and all of this shit, and I know, and you know, at the end of everything, the cycle will end and it won't have mattered. And I don't want to bring that up to them because that's tremendously demoralizing and they think I'm crazy when I talk about it, but I know it's the truth.
Oh?
What's the point of any of it?
What would it matter? Whether it ended or not won't affect your life. Unlikely to affect mine.
Because I care about what comes after. No, it doesn't affect me or maybe you directly or any of us directly. But all this is for something. And I'd rather the next time get more of it right. Whatever it is. It matters.
Oh. I'm pretty sure that's what you said last time. And there you went breaking shackles, leaping across cycles, and trying to make each one better than the last. And that made you a fucked up dead shadow monster, scarred by your own knowledge. Howling mindless secret somewhere. In truth, I think I'm really beyond caring. He might still be out there somewhere. Time's a funny thing like that, not necessarily linear. There's a space. We called it the machine in between. We liked the rhyme. It is a strange place. We never quite understood it, but it was where we'd go to wait. He only showed me it briefly. He disappeared. I knew of it mostly through his writings for that one visit. I'm trying to find my way there. It's a place out of time, I suppose he described it. Said he saw strange things, met himself. If he's anywhere, he's there. Or he's dead. Or you'll save him, and he'll come back to me like a prince from a fairy tale. Either way, I don't think my time here is going to help you much.
Yeah, I can take you as far as the obelisk. After that, I suppose it's up to you.
That would be appreciated. And you can keep the book if you like.
Not much of a wizard without it, actually. So. Anyway, we're gonna be getting out of here in the next couple of days, but before I go, I just wanted to ask you something.
What is it?
All the versions of me you met, am I like them? Am I the same mistake played over and over again?
I only ever met the one. And I loved him.
I'm sorry, I'm not him then.
I hoped for a moment you might, but I think it would be rather strange.
Truthfully, at this point, I don't think that's ever going to be a thing that happens for me. With anyone. So, better that you don't. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I don't want to intrude further.
He said the same.
Yeah. I like being wrong.
He was a good man. He was trying to help and needed help, and he made the world a better place. Don't go thinking you're not. Decisions he made wrong, I don't know. I wasn't there. I was waiting for him at the house. All this lark at Pyracons and Cavol. I don't know where he went wrong, and I don't know if I can find out. I don't know. I don't like not knowing. So I'm going to do what I can. Learn what I can, like you do, like we all do. What it is to be a wizard. A wise one who learns and knows and seeks and is curious. And then we will know and find that it fills nothing in the hole in our hearts and all sorts of sad things. I'm going to go read what I can in this great city before we leave, if you wouldn't mind.
Right. Do me a favor, though. Don't waste any more of that long life on me. I'll see you later. I turn and leave.
Okay, so I think we will have a brief wrap-up, and then I think we'll leave it there for this week. It felt like a nice emotional note to leave it on. So, you are all parting ways for a week or so.
I'll shuttle Vigil to our castle, unless you want to do anything here first.
I don't think I need to do here. I have stuff to do in Acraeus, but that's a long fucking way away.
And I honestly can pick you up in 2 hours if you need to be back here, because Warlock Teleport Circle is busted.
Whee!
Can I, just a quick suggestion, Rune, how long is your 8th and 7th level death wards? They're like a month, aren't they?
God, I don't know.
Can you cover us with just fat spell slots before we split up?
Okay, so
And
the fourth level iteration of it is 8 hours. Did we decide that it squared or something depending on spell slots?
I believe it went like 8 hours a day, a week, a month. And he limited it to NPCs so that you couldn't just blanket like everyone we know with it.
Right.
But or maybe like I think maybe we said the cap of like 5 targets like most things are.
Okay.
Where it's like
that is
This
a GM
came
decision.
from the scrolls, right? Scrolls of Uncertain Providence. They gave you. Well, they gave you Death Ward. Where did the enhanced Death Ward come from?
I asked you at one point when we were dealing with the herbalist shop if I could upcast Death Ward to give it a longer duration so she'd be safe on her journey, and you allowed that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was, in truth, more of a hand-wavy, sure, that's cool
sure.
Okay.
thing for the NPC. I'd be happy to say you could upcast Death Ward onto your companions for like one instance for the week.
Alright.
Sure.
Yeah, I will
That's,
burn some spell slots doing that the day before I think we leave so I don't end up going
it's
to
the
the
kind of
Outpost.
thing that in like a very narrative-y story sense is absolutely fine. It's just when it becomes gamified, it's when
When
it
it
starts getting
becomes
very weird.
before we walk into a dungeon, we have to do this every time.
Yeah.
It's the Neverwinter Nights recipe scenario. Hold
I feel
R,
like it takes a
rest,
really
get everything
long
up.
time to do, and that
It is also like an 8th and a 7th slot. Those are not.
yeah.
You only
Yeah.
get one of those.
Yeah.
One each?
So,
Narratively, yes, I can dump Death Ward on all of us
Yeah.
before I leave.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a couple of days of downtime and rest.
Sure.
Um,
Let's say we're both death warded then.
So, what I'm expecting is, again, this next week is going to be slightly more involved with specific things, but we will not be picking up the story proper until a few months have passed, I
Wow.
believe.
Alright.
We
As
saved
the
the world.
To all intents and purposes, no great calamity happens in the near future.
Wow.
There's no raging inferno. The seas are calmer and have been calmed. You've secured half of the legendary artifacts of power that your foe was seeking.
I'd steal the Terracon and hand it to the Ifrit.
You can try.
And yeah, I mean, I can say now that a catch up with Cranklex, you learn that from his spy network, Kavol isn't silent, but there's no great movement. They're
not building up forces.
trying to learn. Yeah, like they're clearly intending to do something,
We did
but
fuck their
it's not
ritual.
immediate. It's not now, and yeah, like
Yeah.
they're still very much in recovery.
I thought I heard since we fucked up their ritual that they were building up forces, but
They were like, Frank was like, yeah, no, they're not. Nothing, but it's not at a point where he basically will say, like, look, I have you on speed dial. I have plenty of other resources to work with.
Go have some
You look
R&R.
knackered.
We're in 1937 World War II, not 1939 World War II.
Exactly, right. We as players, yes, something is probably going to happen, but it's
It's on the
Also,
horizon rather than in our
it's been
face.
like 2 years of a game and we've not had any extended downtime, and it's like,
Yeah.
let's see what that's like.
We've got downtime. We've got travel time, right?
That is not downtime. That's travel time.
Sort of downtime.
Yeah, I
for
guess.
2 weeks.
But yeah, we'll have a I'll have a look into not necessarily whole systems, but the ways we can sort of handle the downtime that's more than just sort of a chat. See if there's anything cool out of it.
It sounded like you gave us a ton of side quests to do. Like, especially the castle thing sounded like an extremely, like, go here, chat with the locals, deal with probably some monsters in the mine.
Yeah, no, like, if we want, we can do a filler episode.
Yeah.
Like a good old-fashioned fucking dungeon crawl.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that another game, they were like, we finished a campaign at like 15th level. And one of the players was like, man, can we do Minds of Fandelver with these characters and just fucking blitz it?
What level is Fandelver for? It's like 1?
1 through
1 to
1 to
3.
5.
That's
1 to
amazing.
5,
That's a really funny idea, actually. Put 15
Like,
level
walk into
characters
town,
to like a
like,
first.
can you help us? Goblins have kidnapped our dwarven prospector.
Sure,
And they're like, sure, where they at? This castle deep in the foot. Teleport. We're there. Bam. Fire.
Yeah.
There's your dwarf.
Haste fireball.
Yeah.
Thank you. Gods that walk among us.
I want to do that at one shot. That's so funny.
Just start off at just like Vigil, Soren, and Enzo just walk
It's
into
like-
Barovia and go, what the fuck? And just
Yeah.
walk to Strahd.
Walk
Yeah,
into a different
yeah, we just
starting
like
area
fucking
without
punch
any,
Strahd into another campaign.
Yeah.
just walking through Elwyn Forest with a great sword on your back, being like, morning.
Or
Smash
like,
some fucking-
what was the dragon one? Horde of the
Horde of the Dragon
Horde of the
Queen?
Dragon.
Horde of the Dragon Queen. The first thing in that is you show up to a village and it gets attacked by like Tiamat or whatever. But we're powerful enough that we just kill the attacking dragons, and we're like,
Yeah.
okay. So all right.
I
Yeah.
think the three of us could take on a
Couple
decent-sized dragon, yeah.
Storm King's Thunder, all the giants just walk over and just go, there's a giant. Oh, right, give me a minute.
Yeah.
Paladin fucking...
Whole
Burst.
monster at 8th. Okay, you're all paralyzed. Chop them down.
Just reality break
Yeah.
the whole fucking battlefield, like, peace!
Yeah. Have a good day.
So yeah, there might be room for something small, but I think I think in my head I'm talking about it maybe it being like, hey, cool. What is it you pursue for this month?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Should we be
I'd say
thinking
a few
about that,
months.
or-
I think it's going to be about a 3-month period or so.
Wow.
Winter. It's midwinter is when
Oh,
turmoil begins to rear its head.
new season of the show where you get costume
Yeah,
changes.
season
and
break.
Actually, yeah, I need some time to do some new art for us.
Everyone, please
Vigils.
don't. You sound so busy.
Vigil's
Yeah.
got a very complicated
Yeah.
shoulder pad now.
Yeah, but Ireland takes off for fucking ever over Christmas
Oh.
break, so
Okay.
Mm.
I may
Okay,
have
well, in
time.
that case, Enzo gets a sexy scarf for winter.
Yeah, yeah. I
Hell
mean,
yeah.
I gotta redo Vigil's armor, and I need to. I think Soren's actually current, so
Soren seems pretty current. Yeah.
yeah.
I think Soren was the last one you updated
I always
before.
forget that Soren has
7.
an ironstone orbiting his
Yeah.
forehead.
Yep.
Oh,
Little
really?
blue ion stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wisdom
me
one.
too.
Gives me 18
Yeah.
wisdom.
Those things are easy to forget.
They're cool though.
Whoop.
I love iron stones. They're so cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. So, yeah, there'll be a little bit of resolution to the next week.
I might hang out Enzo might hang out in a coon for most of his downtime.
That's
For occasional
absolutely
stops to the castle.
But yeah, it should be opportunities to kind of also get stuck in. So, like Vigil, if you with the castle, there might be opportunities to start pursuing that kind of more martial
Rooting,
angle.
baby.
Soren, you can actually like maybe copy spells into your spell book and have time and resources to do it comfortably.
Yeah, that'd be nice, rather than on the fly by lantern light in the middle of a field while we're getting killed.
Or on a boat while everything's rocking.
And Enzo, you might be able
Fucking
to earn enough dosh to pay off your debt.
That's a good point.
Receives a chest and just says, "We're even now. I own the rest of the castle."
You
Fuck
guys leave the city, and I just immediately sell my soul to Palmyr. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll sign anything. Like, you can have my body. You can have my friends' bodies. I don't care.
Oh man.
Vigil has a
Cool.
couple things to sort during this downtime, including a visit to the Obsidian Archive.
Yeah,
Um,
that's true. You did sign a thingy.
yeah, I'll be like, yeah,
I
times have
think-
changed.
Soren is genuinely going to try to bring Tajikar back in this week.
Interesting.
Or at least do the preliminary research to give it a shot. So, that'll be fun.
So you were thinking, Owen, purely downtime mechanics until the 3-month time skip ends.
I think so.
No
There
adventures,
may
no like.
be. It's an interesting thing because it's one of those things that it might be interesting if, like, say, Enzo wanted to go off and do a thing. We could do a. It's the streaming kind of complicates it. If it, which you'll be like, hell, yeah, no. If you want to like, if there's a little side quest, I'm all for trying a one-on-one thing. Or if Soren wants to go delving somewhere, or Vigil's like, I need a we can play with it.
Do the thing where Soren tries to bring Tashikar back in a
right
private scene with Rune, I guess.
Vigil wants to go recruiting and get a force behind him.
I think it's a cool opportunity
Garrison.
to, I think, have some breathing space and kind of have some, not say quiet time with the characters, but kind of more intimate time with the characters before things really kick off into that final.
Yeah. I'm down for the idea.
Something one of my other GMs did years ago is when the party split up, since we were all playing in person, what he would do is he'd tell everybody else in the party, go get snacks, fuck off to the 7-Eleven, go to the beach, come back in an hour. And he would have private sessions with individual characters through a game where the other characters just weren't there. And that worked out pretty well. But again, that was off stream, so I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, because I've done it before where a friend was going on holiday for 2 weeks, and they, at the end of the last session, happened to trigger wild magic. And so I rolled the dice and was like, oh no, you got this effect, but I'd already decided what the effect would be, and they disappeared. They just vanished. And so I ran them through a session where they basically teleported into the future, briefly, into like a future encounter in the adventure book. Got to the initiation of the encounter before a character, because there was like a library out of time in the adventure, so they go to this library, and the Guardian was like, "Oh, you're not supposed to be here yet. Oh, you need to go away. Oh, no." And then I described a number of shadows, like lengthening shadows coming down the cave, and at the time, there was a halfling in the party. I was like, oh, there's a short shadow and some tall shadows. But I fucked the number up and I said too many. But the player didn't think about it, and then like they get banished back, and so 2 weeks later they rejoin the party, and they're like, oh, I went somewhere weird. And then in the course of the campaign, that player character died, got reincarnated from a tiefling into a gnome, and the halfling character retired, and the player chose a drow character. And we'd also gained a player, so my number fuck up was both accurate, as was the heights.
Impressions.
Wow.
I'm like a year in the future, and it was
Goddamn.
But that all came from like a one-on-one side session. But then the player lost their shit in the moment a year later, and everyone else was like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "I saw the future. You don't understand." So it was cool. Like, I think one-on-one sessions have cool opportunities for.
We've all got methods of recording, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Anton, I've seen
Yeah,
you did YouTube videos and stuff, and Rune, you've been doing the stream stuff for ages. I got OBS set up and a decent capture method, so it's possible.
Big boy spider on the ceiling.
Alright, anyway, I really do have to go soon, because I've got work
it's late for
tomorrow at
y'all.
7:45.
I have to be up for stand-up at 9, so...
Alright, y'all, are we closing out? We're still
I
streaming,
think-
aren't we?
So yeah, we will pick up, and it might be a session or 2 sessions, depending on if we do any one stuff, or which might be more in the week, or if we want to. If, for example, this castle situation, we decide it might be more fun just to do a little, very much of. It'll be probably quite low stake. It's a kind of a local village dispute with your builder, and you are 14th, 15th level adventurers rocking up with some crazy magic. I don't think finding a solution, at least from a powers perspective, is going to be the hard thing. But it might be quite entertaining just to play through and have some fun with.
Could use some low-stakes stuff for a bit.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, so...
But again...
We'll figure out. We'll talk about it during the week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Okay.
No, exciting stuff.
Yee.
All right.
Feels good to be back.
And,
Yar.
of course, tassels.
Tassels.
Oh, by the way, I'm not
Tassels.
available till March. No. I'm-
What? Alright.
Alright.
Well,
I
that
gotta
is...
go. I got work in 8 hours.
Oh, bye.
Oh,
Alright, everybody,
Bye-bye,
thank you
Alex.
for
Stream.
hanging out with us. The overlay is about to bork itself, but we'll be back maybe Sunday, hopefully. It's been a while since we streamed, but anyway, thank you for hanging out with us. We're not gonna do an outro or anything, because we gotta go, but
Later.
So, thank you, have a great evening, be kind, wear your masks, get vaccinated, goodbye.
bye-bye.
Bye, y'all.